All right, here we are, episode 110. Pathfinder 2E goodness. We're going to be picking up our little Abomination Vaults campaign once again. We're short a player. Rachel should be joining us shortly, I hope. If not, during the intermission, and we'll bring her in. I'm trying to get some longer episodes in as we approach the conclusion of the Abomination Vaults. We're getting there. We're getting close. Still some things to be done. We'll see how far we get tonight. So let's jump into this. Get a move on here. Everybody starts with one hero point to begin with. Let's do introductions. Let's start off with Kyle.
Why, hello there, everybody. I'm Kyle. I play Eric, Sir Eric. He's our frontline fighter, very defensively minded character. He's got a tower shield. He's all about that defense, standing there and using the armor, using the shield and his tactics and this and that. He's very tactically minded, very adaptable. And yeah, we're gonna see where that picks up.
Excellent. Got Ted. Ted as well. How you doing, Ted?
What's going on, guys? It's Ted. I get to play Rue once again tonight, our catfolk barbarian with that unpredictable fiery temper. Who knows what kind of crazy shenanigans we're going to get up to tonight. We'll see what happens. Looking forward to it, and let's get to it and have some fun.
Mm-hmm. You got it. And we got Jesse joining us remotely once again from work. How you doing, Jesse?
Hey, guys. I'm Jesse, and you all know me as Sheppy. And Sheppy is most happy when things are on fire. So he can't wait for things tonight. He's our backline sorcerer of fire. And he's been away for a little bit, but he's ready to get back into the show.
Excellent. Like I said, Rachel, she's playing, got her character in Shadow Mode. She's playing an Elven Warrior Extraordinaire, specialist in the Chakram, ranged fighting, but also good with the Scimitar. And let's do a little brief recap. Kyle, you want to go for it? Go for it. You get an extra hero point.
Alrighty. Last session we kind of picked up where we kind of left off, where we got ambushed by a couple of these Urufon individuals with whips. It was a pretty short fight there originally, and then we found two more that were kind of like very roguey. So we dealt with that, and we decided we were going to push in and continue to explore this area since we haven't explored it since. So. We started making our way past this little hallway of spikes and barricades and such, and we came out on the other side of this pretty massive chamber where, things did not go our way. We found a pretty large group of Urufon, all different varieties, fighters, soldiers, rogues, those whip mistresses, priests with hammers and wielding dark magic. That was pretty good in combat there. And of course, a massive combat broke out. We held them pretty good. I thought. Look, but everybody worked pretty good together. Eric and Rue kind of up in the front. Celine and Aura in the back. Slinging chakrams and this and that. Everybody worked out pretty well. So, yeah, it was pretty good combat. We finally managed to defeat all of them and did some light investigating of the tents and such. And, yeah, kind of gathering back up, and we're going to see where we go to from then.
Okay. So, this chamber where you find yourselves, the companions, was the scene of a horrendous battle. Almost 24 of these Urufan, of various types and makes, including some demons, large demon creatures that could breathe fire, were stomping about. This seemed like It was some kind of a encampment for the Udrifan. There's tents, there's little campfires, some of which are still aglow, one of which is burning brightly. And as you explore, and you did this in the last episode, you kind of explored to the south of this big open cavern with tents and spikes and skulls all over the walls. The smell, the stench, the bodies strewn everywhere where you slaughtered these creatures. You find 2 doorways along the eastern wall of this cavern, each decorated with skins and skulls, like as if something else lies beyond here involving the Urdafan. Perhaps. So there's more chambers to explore. And as you explore these 3 doors and kind of gather yourselves up to plan your next move, you see one particular fire begin to glow bright. It begins to grow. It's almost 2 foot high. And you all turn about and you see this flame and look at it and wonder. And suddenly, go ahead, Jess, introduce your character.
Oh. Back from a nice rest. What happened? There's bodies everywhere. Did you fight without me?
You would see Eric kind of turn, like this 6'2", very stocky fighter with a tower shield. He raises his tower shield. We appear to have found another creature in the hole.
I don't think I know you. I don't know anyone.
State your business, creature.
Well, I know the cat dude over there with the fire. He's my buddy. What happened?
Rudy kind of turns and looks at Sheppy. He tilts his head a little bit, almost as if he's deciding what to do. We found him like this. I don't know what happened.
You missed a particularly large engagement, Goblin.
Hopefully there's more.
I would not doubt it. And you are?
I'm Sheppy. Who are you? I've been here since the beginning. I don't think I've ever seen you before.
No, you have not. I'm Sir Eric Dane of Lastwall. He kind of bows to you. A pleasure. I believe we have a dwarven friend in common.
Arthurian?
Indeed, he told me the story about you trying to steal a clan dagger from him.
You wouldn't believe this dagger. So nice. I will get it someday. It will be mine.
So now we have a goblin ally. This quest gets odder by the moment. What can you do?
Me? I burn things.
Magic user.
Kinda. Just happens.
He kind
Still
of
right.
he kind of flops his tower shield down, and the tower shield goes over your head by about 2 feet. And he's like, "This is my preferred weapon and defense."
Okay, just keep it in front of me. And, I'll shoot around it. How's that sound?
Just keep behind me, little goblin, and no harm will come to you.
Sounds like a plan.
Arthurian did say you were fiery.
Possible. We shall see.
Okay, after some short little greetings, what would you like to do in this large chamber? You're all rested, somewhat healed, ready to rumble. What would you like to do?
I'd like to take another look through these tents and kind of take some time and go through them, kind of searching, like pulling the hides off the stone to see if there's anything underneath of them, checking for any hidden compartments that are in the fabric.
I'll cast detect magic.
How about you, Rue?
Rue is going to stand guard. He's going to watch passageways to the south.
Eric will actually chime in to Rue. Would you mind going listening at those doors, see if there's anything down there we've missed?
Don't think separating the group's a good idea, and Rue will kind of find a shadow to step into and try and hide it.
Give me a blind stealth roll.
Incoming.
I'll put you away from the party. As you turn back around to face Rue, Eric, he's gone. He was standing there a moment ago, but perhaps in the shadows. Boy, he's a sneaky one, all right.
And Eric would know that he prefers to scout and such, so he would continue on the task, kind of filling Sheppy in on the events that transpired, the pretty good fight we got into here, the fact that Bjorn was lost, but we recovered the lens, so now we're here looking for the last lens that we need.
Okay, as you guys search about, and Rue, kind of keeping your fire in sight, he's keeping his eyes on the south. So you're a little bit distant from the party, but not separated. Let's go to Aura. She's going to go to the door. The first door along the east wall. Let me grab her perception here. She's going to make it blind. No, wait a minute. That's the... Well, actually, let me close this and just roll from this. Attributes. Blind perception roll. As she listens at the door. The first door. Now, you guys are rooting around all through this area in these tents. It stinks. I mean, there's just rotted flesh where the creatures were eating near the fire and in some of the tents. The mats and straw that they were laying upon, very crude, very smelly. You see bones. It's a tough job. It's going to take some time going through this whole place. At least a half an hour.
Can I sense any magic?
I'll get to that. And in fact, yeah, we'll get to it now. Sheppy, you're kind of following behind Eric, I imagine, and you've got your vibes open, trying to sense the ping of any kind of magic. And the only thing that pings to you is when you're close to that first door where Aura is. There seems to be something. Perhaps it's coming beyond that door. You're not sure. But everywhere else, you don't sense anything.
Okay. Watch that door. There's something magic coming from it. Could be behind, could be the door. Not quite sure, but that door there's something up with it.
And she kind of pulls away from the door, Aura does. Her hands are on the door, and she hears your voice whispering toward her. I hear nothing beyond this chamber. We need to be careful, though. I sense something myself.
Hold a moment, Aura, and Eric will kind of strap back on his tower shield and kind of pull out the Falcata, kind of head over to her.
All right. Your search doesn't really yield anything besides what I described. And after you thoroughly completed the search, just to your liking, you go over and you join her. Rue, were you still in the south?
You see them starting to congregate around one of the doors. They'll move up and join them.
Okay. Rue comes out of the shadows. You scored a 36 on that roll, by the way, but your stealth is over right now. 36. Nice.
I gotta refresh real quick. I got 2 tokens on the map.
Yeah, that's me moving your tokens. Let me pause the game. If it happens again, let me know.
Yeah, but basically once, Aura lets him know, then Eric will head up and kind of move to get in front of her to kind of open the door.
Watch out for that door. It might be trapped.
Aura grabs her chakram and she falls back as you go towards the door. Sheppy, where are you? You happy there? 10 feet behind Eric?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
about-
might as well. I'll take a look at the door.
Okay. Rue, I assume you're close by to Eric. Is that good?
Is that the door that was putting out the magical aura?
Well, you don't know where it's coming from. You only sense it when you were close to that door.
No, just to clarify, the detect magic, now I can narrow it down to a 6-foot cube of the eminence of the item that's making magic.
That's fine. What do you do?
So is it this door or no?
Yeah, probably.
This area?
Probably.
Okay.
What do you do, Eric?
Eric, hearing Sheppy kind of urge him to be careful, Eric will actually take a look at the door and see if it's trapped.
All right, give me a perception roll. You start scanning for any kind of tripwires or unusual things in the lock or mechanism or above you in the ceiling. Okay. It doesn't seem to be trapped.
Okay, not seeing anything, Eric will slowly open the door.
Before Eric pulls the door, Rue wants to take a look just to kind of make sure. And check for traps.
Okay.
That's a perception.
That's a blind perception.
Thievery wouldn't play into it anyway.
Not unless you were doing something very specific involving maybe ropes or a specific mechanism you were trying to
No,
manipulate.
that kind of thing. He's kind of looking to see if there are any tripwires or traps or.
That would be perception.
Okay.
And as Rue is doing this, Eric, you hear something coming from the door. Just briefly. It sounds like something is... And you hear this too, Rue, as you're doing this. It sounds like a voice. Like it's some type of incantation is being said. But it's very faint and then it stops. Strange words.
Rue will tense up and look back to the others and whisper the word spells.
Prepare for combat.
Then he'll duck behind the tower shield wielding Eric.
And Eric will kick the door in.
All right, are you good that way in a single file? Is that good?
Fine with me.
You're all behind Eric and his shield.
Yep.
Okay.
That's exactly where Eric wants him to be.
You kick the door open. It was not locked.
I'll slowly begin to step inside. Fritz, I think you threw me into the wall.
Are you good?
Oh.
What do you see?
Yeah, as Eric steps in and letting the light kind of flood into this little antechamber, Eric's going to look back to the others, kind of a nod. Get ready for combat. And he's going to kind of call out to these creatures in sackcloth. We've slaughtered your companions. Stand down, and there will be no further need for violence.
Let me copy this guy. Put him right here. I'll describe this in a second. Sorry. This cavern slopes upward to what looks to be a flat area. You see a metal box about 3 feet across, sitting against the northern wall. Its lid pressed against the wall to prevent it from opening. A bloody circle is surrounded by runes and is painted on the floor. So this part here is raised ground. Okay, but you can see the circle. You see 3 Urdafan chanting and suddenly begin wailing as you enter the chamber. The ground begins to shake. And as you come into the chamber and see this, suddenly they all stop and go silent and turn towards you. Mouths wide open. Ah! You've disturbed something, Eric. And we're going to go to initiative.
Eric still would have said what he said.
Let me see if this guy belongs in here. Let's open up our combat tracker here. Let me get you guys in the tracker. There you go. Could be rolling perception.
Sheppy's going last again.
I mean, you only have plus 13, Jester. Ain't much I can do here.
Yeah, especially when you roll a 1.
Alright, so seeing this, Eric, you're up first. You begin to say what you were saying before, so go ahead and do that. Recite that once again for me.
Yeah, in sackcloth, Eric will kind of call to them. We just slaughtered your fellow companions, well, your fellow group. There is no need for further violence. Stand down and surrender.
You seem very disinterested in your words. You have 2 more actions. You can ready an action.
Well, seeing they're not very interested in my words, then I will do what I do best. I will raise my shield, and Eric will kind of slap it down where the bottom edge slams on the ground, and I will take cover.
Okay, so you get a cover bonus.
Yes, sir.
Alright, Rue, you're up next. You see Eric enter the room and he starts issuing some strange words towards these creatures. What do you do?
Well, we just got done facing a bunch of these guys. Rue's not, and they don't seem to be reacting to his words, so Rue's not going to mess around. Rue will rage for his first action. Get my stuff here. And then he will essentially charge this guy right here.
Okay.
And you said it's a raised platform. How high is it?
It's about 10 feet.
All right, so it takes him to double move because he's got that climb speed. So he'll be right there on it, and he'll take a whack at him for that sudden charge.
Okay. Oh, these guys, I gotta do their armor class. Shouldn't be too hard. They're not very armored. Critical hit.
You're gonna get a crit hit.
Well,
There you go. We're off to the races with a good one.
38 damage.
Ah! These females? Doesn't really matter. But yeah, it lets out a scream of pain as you cut into this creature several times in the midst of some dark ritual. Okay, I guess you're done.
And that's it. Yeah. Sun charges is 2 action.
Alright, give me a moment here. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
hey, we didn't do snacks.
We will. I'm waiting for Rachel.
Okay.
Okay, 1 second. Alright, since you're not really looking, Rue, you get a clear sight of what's going on up here, but you see a number of them. You see, we'll leave it at that. Won't give any more details. Okay, so let's go to the next one. That's gonna be the Erdefans. Alright. Let's start with the one you're fighting against, Rue, here. Let me see what it could do. You got it in close combat. You faced these before. Let's call them she's. She does a 5-foot step backwards. Right here. Onto this circle that's painted here. Then you hear words of incantation, but these are different somehow, coming from her lips. Her hands begin to wave in the air, and dark mist appears. She's gonna cast some spells. Let's see how this works. And it's pointed directly at you, Catman. You are going to have to make a will save as you feel your arms and your tendons begin to tighten. Make a will save.
Okay. It's 34 and I will save, Matt 20.
Damn you. You shrug it off and your hands go to your sides and you look eagerly to get back into grips with her and cut her down. So you're unaffected. Well done.
No attack of opportunity for spellcasting?
No, she's 10 feet away.
Okay.
Unless you have a reach of 10 feet.
No. Reach.
Okay, let's do this one down here. She's next. I gotta remember to open these character sheets separately. She sees the others behind you, Rue. And she looks to the others and she begins to cry out some strange words. But looking back at you, Rue, she leaps into the air. She's going to move 5 feet. And she's going to attempt to claw you on your leg as you attempt to climb up this surface here. Or as you're getting up to the top. No, I'm sorry, not claw. She's using what looks like a war hammer. And she's going to attempt to shove you. So athletics against your I believe this is going to be fortitude. Yes, that's going to be near impossible to do. Fortitude DC, what is it?
27.
27. Okay, I'll make this public. Here's her athletics check. She's got to beat a 27 to push you off with her warhammer. Oh, she got a natural 20. So 27, 23 would be a failure, so this becomes a success because of the natural 20. So she does get a normal success. You push the opponent back 5 feet, you can stride after it, blah, 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 blah. So you're going to go back 5 feet down the surface. You're still halfway up. Okay, so you just push down. You're going to have to move an extra 5 feet to get up there. And she is now right here at the top. Right there where you were. Okay? And finally, she's going to make a claw attack. Or no, she's going to strike you with the warhammer. This counts as a second attack. Because the shove.
Yes. Does she have reach?
She's 5 feet away from you. She's right above you.
Oh, it's 5 feet down.
You're 5 feet down. Well, if you're at the bottom, you would be 5 feet away from each other, 10 feet basically. So if you're halfway down, you're 5 foot down, she's 5 feet above. I'm going to say she can reach you. She's right above you. I doubt she's going to hit you anyway. She only gets a +7. And she gets a 9. So that was a miss. She's done, and there's one more over here who steps forward. Can you guys see the map all right?
Yeah.
All right, let me do
Yeah, I can
this.
see it.
Let me do this.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
I'm going to put her at 10 feet, and I'm going to put you, Rue, at 5 feet above the surface. Okay, so your token will say +5 feet. So essentially, you're pretty much 5 feet away. I'm going to count where you can attack each other from that position, okay?
Okay.
Now, back to the other one. This one here moves over here. She begins an incantation. What the hell was that? Strange things outside my window. Can't cast that one. She's gonna cast a harm spell at Eric. Two actions. So the spell has a range of 30 feet against one person, blah, 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 blah. So against you, Eric, harm spell.
Yeah, basic fortitude. 34.
34, that's going to be a failure. It was a 23, 34, 30. So that's a critical success for you. So
Yeah.
no effect. Okay, she's done, and then we're going to go to the next creature. An initiative. Much more menacing looking individual. He's in the back here. Let me take a quick look at him. A new face enters the combat. Alright, Aura's next. She's going to move up, not behind you, but right next side of you. She's going to attack with her chakram against the one who just cast that spell. Let's go against... Oh, she's going to do both of them. The one right here above Rue, which is clearly not blocked, and this one here. She has a special ability to do this. That'll end her turn. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one playing this game. All these monsters and NPCs. What's happening? Her chakram comes out and whips through the air. She gets a 33. It's going to be a critical success.
Wow, look at that.
Take some dice.
20 points on this one. And it's also going to hit this one over here. That one is going to be a normal. So it bounces off the first one, right off the head, cutting deep, and then carries through to the other one, who originally Rue was attacking, and does a nice 18 points of damage on her. As it makes its way back down towards her and in her hand, she grabs it out of the air. And she's done. We're going to go to Sheppy. You're last in the round. What do you do?
Okay, I'm gonna come down in between, right there. And I'm gonna peek through, and I'm gonna cast a fireball at the end of the room, because I could see in the darkness. I could see him hiding back there.
What, like right here?
Yeah, put the template down and maneuver it so it doesn't hit anyone on our side.
You want this to fifth rank or what?
So that prompts the question: if I'm 5 feet down, does that mean to shoot 5 feet above my head?
Yeah, it's gonna be up. Yeah, do the powerhouse one.
You
Perfect.
can aim for that right there, and that would get all of them except for Rue.
Righty. Sheppy slips in between. You can see fire erupt in his hands. And then all of a sudden, out of the ground, this ball just explodes. And catches them all.
Alright, let's do this. Boom! Save DC 27. Let's do this guy up front. You're safe, Rue. So 27. First one up front. It's a 30. That'll be success, critical success. What is that? Nothing?
I think so.
Well, let's
Yeah,
read this.
critical success, I think so.
It's a basic save, right?
Yeah.
Yep, just a basic.
Alright. So he'll take no damage. This one behind her. Let's see what she gets. This one right here gets... Oh, okay, you're welcome. I'm sorry, Jesse. That's crazy.
Oh,
And, yeah, it's the same exact roll.
Well, that can't continue.
No.
You're probably real low now.
Here's the next save. Alright, something broke.
Oh my god. You're cheating.
I'm not cheating. I'm doing anything. Let me, to be fair, let me re-roll that one. That is what it rolled, but we'll re-roll it anyway. It comes up
What's the
there.
chance?
25, failure. Okay, so that one's going to take full damage. Did you
We're
roll
in
your,
trouble tonight, boys. He's got the good dice.
roll your
yeah, they
damage?
broke them out.
Roll your damage right now so we can see what it is.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Be
42.
42 fire.
42. That one burns to death, screaming in pain. So you got that one. All right. Now, this guy right here, whatever it is, he looks different. He's kind of kneeling down. I won't say no more. But let's do that save. $17, that's critical failure. Oof, not good.
Oh boy.
So
So he
40.
takes-
Good for us.
He's 4.
Yeah, he's going to take double. Let me click double on him. Oh, that's unfortunate. All right. The other guy here, the nasty one. Let's make his save. Here it comes. Oh, he rolled a 1.
Oh, he takes 84 too.
He's going to take 84 damage. Let me do that. I think he can handle it, though. It still took him down pretty bad. Badly injured. So, Sheppy, your fireball just explodes like a flame and magma everywhere. The walls are melting. It's deadly. It's devastating. But it seemed your aim was a little bit far towards the back of the wall. And the 2 leading
don't
Urdafans
care.
managed to get out of the way just in time. So you managed to kill 2 of these creatures as they scream in pain.
He heard screaming. He's happy. He's jumping up and down. Like, ah.
And is there anything else about that spell I should know? Lingering effects?
Nope, that's Nope, it just explodes. And then it's done.
They don't catch fire or nothing? Whatever.
I
Okay.
wish they did.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, we'll move on from that. Well done. Was that 3 actions or 2? 2?
3. I had to move.
I mean, the fireball. Was that 2 actions?
2 actions.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice. All right, next round. Eric, you're up.
Yeah, Eric's gonna seeing this great big ball of fire come flying over top of his head. He's gonna move down to get involved in this action here. So
10 feet up.
he'll move.
You'll literally have to climb that. It's an athletics check to get 10 feet. Separate
Alright.
action. So move and then climb. If that's what you want to do.
Does every 5 feet count as double?
Yeah,
No.
it does.
No, you make a climbing check.
Okay.
And whatever the result of your roll determines how far you move.
Oh,
Well, roll the 23.
23, no problem. You get to the top. Where do you want to be? Right there?
Yeah, that'll work.
Alright.
And then I'll start swinging at the creature that Rue's been attacking.
Okay. It's this one. Armor class 21.
27.
It's success. Your damage.
Rachel!
Get Rachel,
Sorry,
good
I
to you in
just
s-
It's a Rachel.
hey, Rach.
just in time. We played 1 round.
Okay.
But that'll be
Yes.
17 points of slash.
17. Okay. Let's do that. Ah! Whittling her down.
That's all I got.
Okay. Let's go to Rue. You're up.
Rue's just going to wail on this one in front of him, kind of make him a spot there.
Okay. Oh!
Oh boy.
Yep.
As a nat 20 crit. For good old 34 points of damage. If it's still up, it's also clumsy, enfeebled, and off guard.
It's got 6 hit points. So let me drag them onto it. Romp. Clumsy and enfeebled.
Clumsy, enfeebled, and off guard.
Off guard. Okay.
And he'll let that good old momentum from the. Oh, not yet. Let's see if I hit first. I think that'll hit. Another crit. But you will let that momentum carry through on the damage. As it forcefully strikes again. For 32 points of damage.
Alright, describe how you fell this one. Right above you, as you're still clinging to the surface of the wall you're climbing, describe how you kill her, finish her off.
Well, after seeing the fireball float above his head, he gets a wild, crazy look in his eyes and just with all the might he can muster with that one arm, swings the blade of the scimitar into this creature, smashing into it brutally, um, allowing the momentum of the weight of the weapon continue on around. He whips his arm around like a windmill and smashes it through both legs, causing the creature to not only fall, but to not be able to rise again ever.
Nice. I'll put you in his space, in fact. Okay, so you're no longer 5 feet down. You're right next to Eric, the top of this thing.
Actually, as for my last action, I was actually going to move. Move up to there.
Okay.
That'll be it.
All right. All right. It's time for the creatures. What's left of them? The Erdefan. This one right here. She looks very worried. She looks left and right and sees her friends fallen. Especially after that big explosive fireball. She turns back to Eric, mutters some strange words you don't understand, probably curses, and she begins to...
Would that trigger?
What?
Would that trigger reactive strike?
No. And she strikes at you. It was just flavor. She's going to strike at you with that warhammer.
I will use reactive shield armor class 30.
She gets a 31. So it just manages to catch you as you raise your shield. 8 points of damage. Take that. And she attempts an athletics check to push you. This probably won't do any good since your fortitude is so good. Give me your DC for fortitude.
29.
29. Let's see if she could push you off with the... Nope, not with the 6. Cripes. +3. That didn't work. Wonder if she could use her unarmed strike. Push your opponent from attempt an athletics check. No, it's an athletics check. That's what you gotta use. Alright, final attempt is going to be to hit you again with the warhammer. This will be a third attack. Try and clobber you over the head with this thing. Nope, not with that. Only a +2. Alright, so she's done. Now we're going to go to the Blood Mage, who sits in the back and is now squaring off against Rue. And then, Rachel, you're up next. You basically entered the chamber and you threw your chakram quite devastatingly on 2 of these creatures. Now you're standing at the doorway, chakram in hand. But before that, this creature in front of you, Brew, pulls back defensively, 5-foot step out of your reach. And no, wait a minute, I can't do that. Sorry. Wrong one. Let's get rid of this. Made a mistake here. begins to mutter arcane words. The hands begin to move left and right, and again the dark swirls appear around this creature. This is going to be targeted against you, Rue, as it backs away from you. It's casting a spell. You're going to have to make a will save. As dark tendrils begin to stretch towards you.
$29.
Okay, so what happens? We're going to take some grim tendril damage, which amounts to 3 points of damage. But you somehow managed to weather any further effects this nasty spell could have done to you. And you see the tendrils recoil from your body. You see a face of anguish on this creature. So 3 points of mental damage. And this blood mage looks very frustrated. And with that, we're going to go to the elf. She's not sure what's happening, but she sees battle and fire ahead.
Get him, Laura. Get him.
Yes, she truly is distracted.
We got
They're on
you.
a
We got you.
platform 10 feet up.
Repeat that.
They are on a platform 10 feet up.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was measuring, and that does kind of put things into perspective. So, okay, so she moves in. She'll stand right behind Eric, and she'll take her chakram and launch it at this fellow over here. Oh, that's too bad. They're not close enough. So yeah, we'll do 2 strikes. Here's her first.
Huh. Jeez.
She puts a little extra oomph into that.
Yeah, fam, you get it.
All right, just to be clear,
Yes.
I'll let you do the rolls and you got it. But this one right here is 10 feet above. Now, did you want to climb this surface and literally get behind Eric? Because he's on the top surface here.
Oh, he is? Oh, I thought it was like a little crevice and he was at the base and this was at the top.
Yeah, he's basically like right, almost in the same square as that creature. So my point is, you can't, from where you are, you can't see beyond where Eric and this initial creature is unless you climb up to the top. Do you want to climb up there?
Alright, then can I make my second action to climb and my last action to strike?
Sure.
Okay. I don't want to lose that critical hit.
So it's just it's just 10 feet, so a simple athletics check will get you to the top.
Gotcha.
Just don't roll 1. You're good.
22? Okay, phew.
That would put you there at the top, either there or down here, whichever you prefer.
I will actually skip on over
Okay.
to this spot.
All right, you made
Yeah,
your
so
initial roll.
Oh, yeah?
You made your initial roll, the 24 damage, and that would be on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it was 1d6 plus 2 bleed damage. Persistent bleed. Sorry.
Is there anything to drag? Nope. Darn it.
No, I don't think there is, actually.
All right, let me roll the 1d6 and add 2. Okay, it came up 5, 6, 7 points of damage. We'll take that off right now. And then, were you gonna attack the other one with your special chakram ability, or is that something you can't do?
It is too far.
Okay.
They have to be within 10 feet of each other. But yeah, she rushes in, puts her chakram in her teeth, climbs up, and yeah, just sends it forward at the very attractive looking person there. Very attractive.
It is a
You got
dude.
Shepherd tape.
I think it's a dude. No,
Meanwhile,
that's-
she's also yelling out, "Eric, duck!" You know.
All right, Sheppy, you're next.
Alright, let me open up my spell list there.
So, that one that you damaged with your chakram and did bleed damage, it says it's got it applied automatically.
I did target
Did
the
you?
creature, so it might have done it automatically because I targeted it specifically.
That's good.
Yeah. Less work for you, the better.
Oh, definitely.
Alright, I'm gonna cast Electric Arc.
Oh, come on, fireball! Come on!
Electric Arc on that one that's severely damaged.
Okay, failure. Normal failure. So whatever damage you roll.
That. So it'll be 14 points of electricity.
Ah, she screams in pain. Okay. Okay.
And for my last action, I'll move up a little bit. Close the door behind me.
Walk right there and shut the door.
Yeah, that's it.
Got it.
Okay, round 3. Sir Eric of Last Wall.
Yeah, I'm gonna lay into this creature. You'll see Eric kind of pivot around Aura as she climbs up.
Crit.
And Kyle kind of, critical on that one. And Eric kind of brings the Falcata down, cleaving the creature directly in half.
Which is exactly what you do.
Yep, 36 slash. And then we'll and then Eric will kind of begin to move over to the other creature and kind of raise his shield behind him once he gets there. So that's it for me.
Alright, that creature that just expired, we'll assume you're still back here, Eric. But it has that wicked demise.
Oh, yeah.
So, Aura and Eric are going to have to make some saves here. Let me open up the sheet again. As they fall and crumple to the ground and their body begins to wither and decay, and this mist begins to come out of its body, so everything within 5 feet of its body is going to have to make a save. It's called Necrotic Decay. Go ahead and make a basic fortitude save. Both of you, as you try and avoid some damage. It's 5d6 void.
Yeah, I will hero point that. I got the hero points. Why not?
Oh.
Oh, it's even worse. The hell with you. Damn creature.
You were both
Eric's over there stomping on it even more.
You were both successful, so you're both going to take 10 points of void damage.
Incorrect. We have battle hardened, which means if we get a success, we get a critical success.
Both of you?
We're both fighters.
Yay!
What does that mean?
Yeah, it shows up the ball.
What, all fighters have that?
Yep, that's a fighter feature.
I think it's like after 8th or 9th level they get it.
Oh,
Yep,
it's a feature.
Yeah, I
It's
got
not a
mine at
feat-
9th. Yeah.
Ah, it's a feature.
Yeah.
Earned that.
Yep, it's
Through
part of the
experience.
fighter class, yeah.
So you rolled successes, so that becomes critical success?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you took no damage. Fighters, okay. I thought it was unique to you. But it's not. It's a feature. I'm gonna write that down to remember. Feature. Okay, no damage.
Then Rue has something similar called Juggernaut, which does the same thing.
Is that what it is?
And the Magus get the same thing. It's also called Juggernaut, but it's wills based. Anyway,
Funsies.
sorry.
All right, so where were we? All right, Eric, you were up. You moved, did your thing.
Yep. Moved to raise my shield. Well, cut that creature down in half, and then moved to raise my shield. I'm done.
Okay, Rue, you're up.
Rue's going to take a 5-foot step right there, and then wail on that sucker.
Oh, no. No. Leave me alone. Oh, he's a young guy. Leave me alone. 33. That's going to hit.
Hit. $15 damage. And he's going to swing it around again and try to finish it off. You know what? I'll go ahead and hero point that one.
There you go.
For 25.
He's looking bad. He's limping, holding his arm. Okay, Rue, you done?
That was it. Moved and attacked twice.
Okay, the creature is up next. This dude. You guys. Let's see, does he have Dimension Door? Dimension Door? Dimension Door, where are you?
You have a fighter in close proximity.
I know.
You've got 2.
There's not much you can do, Kyle. Hold on. Dimension Door would be nice. Invisibility, maybe. Vroom. Where did he go? You and your fortitude. Oh, he does have Dimension Door. We're going to try and cast that. Alright, so if you want to make your attacks of opportunity, go for it. He tries to make good an escape.
Not today.
Go for it. Critical hit.
That's a critical hit. He ain't going nowhere.
You got a
Nope.
hit, and you got a critical hit. Oh, you got a miss, Rue.
Yeah, Rue missed.
Doesn't really matter at this
Critical
point. 70
How about
points of damage. Let's take that
70
off.
points of damage.
Oh.
And he crumples to the ground. Oh.
About caught a deadly D12, boys.
Okay, let's.
Oh,
and
look at
like-
that. You got 12 on both of those.
Yeah, I know,
Phew.
right? That's the luckiest freaking damage roll I've ever rolled in my life.
Very good,
Yeah.
Kyle. Very good, Kyle. Let's move on. As the creature crumples to the ground, the incantations cease, and the lifeless body. Well, we got to do the fortitude save thing again, so let's get that out of the way. Make your fortitude saves. As the body decays, and a mist appears. This is for Rue and Eric. Let's get that out of the way.
37.
Okay, you're both successful. You take no damage. And that's that. Okay, what would you like to do? You see this big rune-like series of circles on the floor. They were obviously doing something in here. Some kind of ritual was being done.
Chapt, get up here. Check this out. I think this is your stuff.
Indeed. I also believe, Aura, you have some knowledge in arcane magics.
Yep, I'll take a look at it.
I guess it doesn't hurt to have a second set of eyes.
All right, so as you do that, one thing you all notice is that one of the charred bodies that's now lifeless, seems to have been bound, and the ropes are somewhat charred as well, but it looks like it was actually bound and tied.
Uh-oh.
And this creature is not an Urdafon. In fact, it's gnome-sized.
Oh,
Whoops.
Eric will just look to Sheppy. Was he a friend or foe?
I didn't even see him. I don't know what happened.
It is quite dead and lifeless.
Whoopsie.
Maybe it was one of those things caught in the boathouse.
Hard to tell, it's charred.
Yeah, Eric's kind of stunned and speechless. He'll move over to the body
Bunch of
and
killers.
free it.
Yeah, it doesn't share the features at all. In fact, if it wasn't charred, it might look like that.
Yeah, Eric looks to Ruin or and Sheppy, just this look of disgust on his face. He doesn't say anything, but he turns and then walks over to the corner, inspecting the fallen Urafon.
Yep. And Sheppy will once again pull up Detect Magic, see if there's anything in here.
Let's see, your fire did some pretty nasty damage here. Let me check these inventories. There is a kukri on the body of the blood mage. As I imagine you're doing this. I don't know. You don't really tell me the details of what you're doing, but I'll assume that you're picking up this kukri in it. And as you wipe the soot off, you can see that it's actually particularly well crafted. So there's that. It's not damaged. You see a scroll case on the body of the gnome, but it's charred and whatever was in it is destroyed.
If nobody objects, Rue picks up the kukri.
Alright, I gotta drop it onto your character.
Eric's over in the corner, just looking absolutely disgusted.
Do you see it, Rue? Do you see it in your inventory?
Not yet.
No? Let me double check.
Oh, nope, there it is. I think. No, it's mine.
It should say unusual kukri. I don't think it went. Let me drag it over again.
No.
How is it? It's not going to your character sheet. Let me try this. Let me try this. All right, you should see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See
you've
it.
I unmystified it also because you already have one. It's a striking
Right.
kukri. So I got 2 of them.
See it? Okay.
All right.
Well, if anybody else wants one, he'll pass it on to them.
And was there anything else? Those warhammers, if you want those, that those sorceresses were using to push and attack you with, or whatever they were.
Eric's good. He's wiping the blood off of his falcata.
All right. To get a magical kukri out of that.
Ruda's going to take a blanket from his backpack. He's going to take a blanket from his backpack. He'll wrap up the body of the victim, and kind of if there's like rocks or anything he can bury it under, he'll try to bury it, make it a shallow, make it a makeshift grave or whatever.
Yeah, there's not enough
it's
here
not-
to bury
yeah.
him proper. You'd probably have to take him somewhere else.
I need to carry, we'll carry him down if he needs to.
Okay.
Not that big of a deal. But we'll do that before we move on.
Eric will kind of get himself steeled back up for combat, strapping his shield back on.
Before we leave, is there anything unusual about the circle that's here?
It just looks like a ritual circle. Nothing in particular about it. In fact, some of the runes have been kind of wiped as the battle ensued. It's not like
Did we
carved in
determine
stone.
what kind of ritual?
Yes, let's make a roll for that.
I'll check too.
Yeah, let me see. Give me any of the 4 traditions. Make a check. Your choice. Whatever you want. This is for Aura and Sheppy.
I sent over occultism.
So did Sheppy.
You can't work out the details, but what you kind of can see from this is it's some kind of a, and it makes sense really when you think about your battles so far with the Urdefan in this area. It looks like this is a summoning circle with a demonic flavor. They were doing some kind of summoning ritual.
Could I take a look using undead lore?
You can do whatever you want. Just tell me what you're doing and I'll figure it out.
Yeah, Eric would like to take a look at the ritual, kind of using his past experiences fighting the undead in the last wall, trying to see if these runes are familiar to any that he might have encountered up there.
Damn it. Yeah, go ahead and make the roll.
Be on its way.
Alright, you're clueless. Clueless. Doesn't seem to have that undead feel to it at all.
Well, at least they're not binding the undead.
Maybe they're summoning demons. I mean, you fought a couple of them. But they're not doing it anymore.
Maybe they were trying to summon more of those big things, but the poor soul was an offering of some sort.
They're not summoning anything else now. We should move on to that other door. See what else is there.
Alright, you guys can move yourself down there. Put yourself in a whatever order you want. Wants to make a perception to listen for traps. Let me know. Let's see what lies behind door number 2.
Yeah, you'll make that. Got it, what have you.
Okay, got your perception check.
While Rue does this perception, Aura's just gonna actually sit in the back and keep an eye out. Make sure that we're not surprised from behind, kind of thing.
Yeah, Eric will keep an eye out to the west as well. See, make sure we don't have any other surprises coming from that way.
All right, Rue. As you lead your friends forward towards door number 2. Similar door, you see the skins around the door and kind of crude runes drawn in it. Can't make it out. Don't know what it says or if it's magical or whatever. Sheppy, are you doing the detect magic?
Yep. That's my exploration activity.
All right, like I said before, you don't sense the presence anywhere in this area of anything unusual. However, Rue, Eric, being cautious and looking around as you are, Eric, and you too, Rue, you begin to pick up some more of those strange voices as you draw closer to this door. And as you press your ear against the door and listen, Rue, you hear what sounds like a frenzied series of screams, and then followed by silence. And then more screams, and it's particularly loud as you press your ear against the door. There's something going on behind this door. Perhaps kind of like what you just encountered, except this doesn't sound like a little summoning ritual, if that's what it was. This sounds a little bit more frenzied and out of control.
No, you say screams. Are these like screams of pain, or is it just like wild screaming?
Wild screaming. Frenzied.
Rue will motion or signal that there's contact on the other side of the door. Be ready for a fight, and then he'll high foot back so that Eric can get up there with the shield.
Yeah, Eric will kind of look around. If the room is large as the one we just fought in, perhaps we should just open the door and let them come to us. What does everybody else think?
I think that's an acceptable plan.
Sounds good to everybody.
Open the door. Let's see what happens.
Eric will then move down and at the request of Rue, Eric will kick it down. Shield at the ready.
And suddenly, the frenzied action comes to a halt as you see within the chamber.
Hi, Ben.
Huh?
How you doing? Good. That's good.
Right, hold on.
Casually saying hi.
Yeah.
Hi there, how you doing?
Hey, long time no see.
I know, right? Like, it's been ages. How you been? How's the fan?
You good, Jesse?
You're a good boy.
Nope, he went robot.
All right, let me mute him. When you're ready, Jesse, unmute. So we don't hear conversations coming from your work. I don't know. All right, getting back to this. It comes to a sudden halt as they all turn around and see you, and you see what looks like Well, let me read it. A raised platform with a bloody altar stands on the east side of this roughly triangle room. And it looks like these creatures, and you see 4 of them, were dancing around like as if they were in some strange ritual of a sort. We'll use that term again, or strange ritual of sorts. But this one looked a little bit more frenzied and crazy going on here. No, you don't see anybody tied up.
That's what I was going to ask. But yeah, as soon as Eric kicks the door open, seeing that there's 4 of these creatures, he'll kind of look to them the same as he did before. And you will be spared.
What's your religion? Or a cult?
They're religions plus 11, occultisms plus 9.
Yeah. All right, so you're in initiative, so go ahead and roll your perceptions. We'll see what happens.
Wow, why don't they ever just surrender? Like, they know what's going to happen.
Well, let's roll initiative and see. You gotta roll initiative first. Boom.
Well, Jess, looks like you're going to last again.
Before you can mutter any words of diplomacy, Aura takes action first. Let's see what she's going to do from the rear of the party.
I'm all the way in the back, and I'm first to react.
You want to ready?
I will.
Delay?
No, I will just delay.
All right. She's going to delay. Let's go on to this creature right here. I'm going to use individual initiative for everybody in this one. Let's see. That one is this one. She immediately looks towards the doorway, and she begins to grit her teeth. And she begins to mutter in Dark Tongue, whatever it's called, Svakroth. Ah, new victims for our ritual. Come in! And she cracks her whip on the floor. Takes a stance right here. All right, next is going to be this one. She's going to move to this situation, or this position, sorry. This position right here. She's going to ready. Next, we're going to go to this one, who's also going to shift. I don't know why I switched them like I did, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to ready. And this one. Boy, they're all one after the other. Even with individual initiative. Alright, next we're going to go to Sir Eric.
Yeah, Eric's going to move in. Take a movement right there. Just outside of where the doorway begins to open up. Kind of accepting the lady's invitation, Eric will kind of stand there. And for my next action, Eric's going to look to the creature. Surrender your weapons. There's no need for further harm or violence here.
Ha 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 ha! She laughs. This one right here. I don't think they care to surrender their weapons.
Well, then you've chosen your fate. And Eric will raise his shield for his last action.
Okay, we're going to go to Rue.
Rue's going to move in. Kind of goes up the wall a little bit to where the spike is hanging out of it. And he'll use it to kind of spring off it as he completes the charge to get here.
I got you. 2 actions, sudden charge.
Yep.
Go for it.
That'll hit. $18 damage. And his third action, he'll swing at it again. And he'll miss.
The dice have changed, y'all.
Jesse, if you're there, unmute yourself.
After Jesse goes, I'll take my turn.
Okay, 1 second here. What'd you do, 18 damage? Rue?
Yeah, 18.
Which one? This one or the other one? Okay. Alright. Sheppy's up next. Can I unmute him? Because I muted him. I should be able to unmute him.
I can hear it.
I can hear him.
I muted him on my end. Because I'm recording it. I didn't want to hear the conversation. Because we were picking up your conversation there. I think you forgot to mute on your end.
I did.
Yeah, I had you. I muted you.
Okay.
So you're back in action. You're up.
All right. Then I'm gonna let loose with a level 3 fireball.
Oh, jeez.
Position.
All right, 20-foot burst. So against the wall, it's going to come out 20 feet. So you'll probably want to position it where you don't catch your friends. You could do that. Yeah, that's perfect. Even back one. You're not going to hit Rue.
Oh, yeah, then we'll do the back one then.
I'm not going to get real technical with this. Right there would be perfect. So right there, you catch everybody but Rue.
Yep.
Okay. All right, let me make these saves starting at the top. What do we need? DC 27.
27 basic.
First lasher. 27. Gets a 32. That's a success. So that's going to be half damage. Go ahead and roll your damage. I'll do this now. So half damage. We're going to do 11. Actually, I just pushed the half here, don't I? Yeah, I'll just push half.
You can just push the half.
Okay, so half on her. This slasher. Make a save. Let me make these public. 20. That's going to be failure. That's going to be 21. And then this one back here. She gets a 26. That's going to be success. Or it says failure. Oh, it's 27. So that's going to be
41.
half or full damage. And finally, this one back here. $26. That's going to be a failure. So 21.
No crit fails this time, Jess.
They're all briefly on fire, letting out screams and curses. And Svakroth. Very good. Anything else, Sheppy?
That's it. I'm done.
Sound like you're drowning over there.
Speaking through a cloud from my fireball.
Me too. Same thing happens. That's what happens when you vape. You sometimes sound like you're drowning because it's vapor. You get it in your lungs. And it's like, ugh. It's terrible. And Rachel, did you want to come in after him or before him?
After Sheppy's attack.
Okay, there you go.
Alright, I take one action to slip into the battle. And I will do my strike here to get more than one person.
There you go.
This guy is first.
Oh, one.
Oh no!
Let's rewind here. Do I get a hero point?
Yes.
I brought lemon meringue pie, if anybody.
Well, we're going to get
Oh,
to that.
give it to me.
You start off with 1, so if you have 1...
I shall re-roll using that hero point.
Okay, we'll get to the lemon meringue pie during the intermission. Don't worry.
Alright, much better. From a critical failure to... or critical
You
miss or
spanking
critical
with
hit.
that chakra.
Alright, so here's the damage for the one that I just hit. And now this one, since that was a success.
Crit.
And that one's 20.
2 crits.
Alright, and that is my turn.
Very good. Round 3. Alright, this one here. Reeling from the pain and the sudden appearance of this chakram that just swirls around its head and bounces off and hits the other one. She pulls back her arm and with deadly accuracy launches into you, elf, with her whip. It's called a Shoth Lash. Regardless, here it comes. She's going to lash you, elf. You're going to be lashed. Prepare for a lashing. She gets a 25.
That is a miss.
Of course.
Oh,
Of course. How dare I think anything would possibly be accurate with these monsters? Terrible. She'll try it again. This time with deadly accuracy. The whip
Definitely not a
snaps in
hit.
half.
I
Not
think
it.
that's a critical.
She could do a
It
5-foot
is, yeah.
step backwards. And she's going to be done. Then we're going to
Don't
go
run,
to...
creature.
And we're going to do... Oh, what's that?
That's their bleed damage.
Curse you! I wonder if it actually deducted.
It didn't say in the...
No.
I don't know if it normally says it in our chat log.
I'm going to put it on the creature.
Yeah, it didn't say takes damage. There it goes.
Alright, so it's got bleed damage. I probably should have rolled that natural 20. Let me do that. 15. Nope. Alright, so it still kicks in. Alright, next is this creature here. Yes, I can finally do this. Oh, darn it, Kyle! You and that confounded magic light. Alright. Alright, let's do some paralysis, shall we? That's a 2-actioner. Alright, make a will save. Elf. Sorry, Rachel, I'm picking on you.
No, that's right. I was gonna just double check that you mean me when you say elf.
I keep forgetting your name. Aura.
Aura, yeah. You said will?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I have sent it.
25, you're successful, which means you are stunned 1. Okay. Right, so there's that. It's got one more action. What can she do? Kind of like the spells here. I'm just going to hold a position. We're going to go to the next creature. It's the one back here. Alright, give me a will save. Catman. Sorry, I keep forgetting the names. Rue, sorry. My mind is all over.
All the nicknames, though, are pretty comical. Elf person, Catman.
Yeah, but
Catman.
Eric's a half elf, so half the time I'm thinking he means me.
Me too.
Alright, let me cast this spell here. Paralyze. Shrimp. And the DC was 23, and you got a nice 24, so you're successful, which means you're going to be stunned 1. I'll drag that to your token. So, Rue, you're stunned 1. Then we're going to go to another one of these Urdafans, another one with a whip, and this one's going to attempt to lash you. This is going to be... let me see here. What I want to do... So I'm going to try and trip you. There's also grab and constrict. I want to try and knock you prone. So what is your reflex DC, Rue?
Reflex DC is 25.
Oh, gotcha. Success. The target falls and lands prone, unless you have some feat or feature. No?
No.
Alright, so you're prone. Mark yourself prone. You're on the ground. Then she's going to follow up with her second attack, again, with the lash. It's going to be some pain to be dealt to this prone Catman. It's a solid 15. I don't think that's going to do anything.
I mean, the stones are in pain now. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh, quiet, Kyle, quiet. All right, and then she's going to pull back the whip and in her other hand grab the other end, impressively standing over the Catman. "You will all join our ritual or you will die," she says in Svakroth. So anyone who doesn't understand Svakroth does not have to make this intimidation roll. Okay, we're going to skip past you. You're not affected by it at all. This is an auditory intimidation. So who would that be?
Eric speaks Sackroff.
Rue does.
So does Aura.
So everybody but Sheppy?
I don't know. I have to take a look.
Yeah, Sheppy doesn't speak it.
So anyone with 22 or less will. It's a will DC, whatever your will DC is.
25.
Nope, doesn't
24.
affect you. Nope, doesn't.
26.
Nope, doesn't affect you. Sheppy will ignore you. I'm sure it doesn't affect you. Maybe it does.
He's not looking. Not hearing.
Alright, your ears are plugged. Alright, so that was a wasted action. Oh,
Ooh, I think they got to do their bleed first.
Yep. Let me make sure that's applied. And let me make the flat check. 15 or greater. Nope. Alright, so Eric, you're up.
Yeah, you would just see Eric kind of barking orders to Rue, or and Sheppy. Contain them up there. I'm going to target their mages. He's going to run off. Yeah, sprinting up to the first person that he can. Drive his shield straight into the creature's face. I'm shield bashing.
Go for it. 21 armor class.
And 21 is a hit. It'll be a whopping 8 points of bludgeoning damage. And Eric will keep his shield up, kind of now taunting the creature in Spakroth. Come on, is that the best you got? So my last action will be Raise Shield.
Rue, you're up.
Alright, so Rue is going to spend his first action raging at this thing that just tried to taunt him. He's going to try and intimidate it back. He's going to... He basically is enveloped in flame as he rages. growling menacingly and staring at the thing like it's its next meal.
Remember, you're prone. So this has all happened while you're laying on the ground.
Yeah, he's on the ground. He sits there. He erupts into flame. Looks up at it with these eyes of a wild beast, like he's about to make this thing his last meal. And we'll see what happens there.
Intimidation roll?
Yep.
Right, against this one particular target, it's going to be a 26. Oh, I need a 26.
All right. He's gonna. Since that didn't quite have the effect, he's just gonna smash into it with his scimitar.
Aren't you stunned though?
He loses an action. So he's got, well, he raged, that's 1. 2 would be the intimidation.
Because it went away. Because it automatically went away when my turn came up.
Oh yeah, that's how stun works.
I thought it goes away at the end of your turn.
As soon as my turn came up, it went away.
Yeah, it's done that to me several times too.
Well, that doesn't make sense. You're not losing anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's weird.
So you only have 2 actions this turn.
All right, so ignore that attack.
All right. Then
He
your
raged and then he tried to intimidate.
and then your stun is gone, so you'll have 3 next turn. Sheppy.
Alright.
Let me grab the stun card.
Pull my spells for me.
Which ones are you thinking about?
Ooh. Go up to my cantrips. Alright. I'm going to use my meta magic to add range to my produce flame. And try to get it so it gets those 2 guys by Eric.
Alright, so which one would you like to target?
Both of them if I can. It's a template.
Produce
Believe-
flame?
Or is that just a single target?
Yeah, produce flame's just a single target.
Okay. I'll go for the one that's got the most damage on it. Can't tell from here. That one.
Got ya. Here we go. And it's a hit.
Oh, that damage.
Is it this one?
Yeah. So that'll be 17 points of fire damage.
Okay.
You've got 1 more left, Jess.
That was 3 because I had to use meta magic.
Oh yeah, that's right.
All right.
Yep, I'm done.
You're done. Let's go back to stunned. Now this is the way it's worded. I understand it fully here, and it's we did it right. But you can't act while stunned. Stunned usually includes a value, which indicates how many total actions you lose from being stunned. Yeah, we know this. When you regain actions, in other words, at the start of your turn, when you regain actions, reduce the number you regain by your stunned value. So as soon as you start your turn, your 3 actions becomes 2 in this case. You immediately deduct it. And then reduce your stunned value by the number of actions you lost. So this is kind of like at an end of your turn type of thing, but it isn't. You reduce your actions at the beginning of the turn and then immediately reduce your stunned value. So this is all done at the beginning of your turn. But its effect is still that you lose an action for the turn. Okay? So we
Yeah.
did it right. It's just one of those weird ones.
Man, that's weirdly worded.
Yeah. It's just weird that Foundry removes the icon,
Yeah.
but
You as a player have to remember and manually reduce your actions. Because I don't think it automatically how does it keep track of actions? You know, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Anyway. Is everybody in the chat?
I think we lost
No.
Jesse.
Yeah, Jess said he'll be back in a bit. So
Okay. All right.
Alright.
and
Think
yeah,
it
he's
is-
done.
Alright. Alright.
Go ahead, Aura.
So. Pretty much, I just have one shot at this, aka I'm just going to do the rebounding toss. I'm going to. The one that was badly injured by that produced flame looks like a good target. So Aura aims at that one first with her rebounding toss.
Class 24. 26.
There you go.
Alright. Just regular. Could have been better, but hey, all I need is a hit because now I can target the next one with the following bit. Just made it pretty much. Alright.
This one
Hey, just made it's good enough.
or the other
Yeah,
one?
this one.
Okay.
And that one's 18.
18 damage.
Alright, and that's all I've got.
Very good. Go to the next round. Urdefans are all up first. Start with this one. Looking fanatical and in a frenzy. Let me see if she's got reach with this thing. Oh. Better yet. Now, Rue, you're still prone, right? Yes.
Yeah, Rue's still prone.
All right. The pointy-eared character, i.e. the elf, will be the victim of this. Darn it. Maybe not. Alright, skip that idea. Alright, let's do something else. Alright, this one right here. She's going to move over to the prone Rue. But she's spotting you, Elf. Aura. God, all I have to do is hover over your token and there's your name. Aura. And she's going to lash at you. Of course, why not? And she's going to attempt to trip you. What is your reflex DC, please?
28.
28 it is. Try and wraps around your legs, but you manage to dodge out of the way in time. The whip
It's
comes.
like jumping rope.
Exactly. She curses under her breath in Svakroth. Filthy elf. And she comes back with a roundabout with her whip once again across your chest and face. Second attack and final action. Take that, 31.
That one does hit.
It does. We're going to roll some nice whip damage. 14 plus effect. All right. Wicked bite requirements under found. I finally hit somebody with this thing. Oh, it's with the jaws. I think. Oh, it applies to the whip as well because they have like these teeth on the whip.
Yeah, Aura's like eyeing that whip like, dibs, that will be mine, even while these creatures are still alive.
Eric is just horrified by that.
Let me double check this. It's talking about the bite.
Okay.
Let's see, the whip says deadly D8 and trip plus grab and wicked bite. So
I've
it
always
does
wanted
have
to
that.
learn how to use a whip.
Oh, they're
I've used
awesome.
one.
Choose one of the two options, each of which requires a fortitude save. Okay, drain, drain vitality. Could you become severe? 1 hour, failed save. 1 hour. Draws. Do I get any hit points back for that? No, I don't. Oh, regains. Yeah, we're going to drain blood. So make a DC 25 fortitude save as it attempts to drain blood through its whip as it cuts into you and wraps around your neck. Oh, what is this fortitude thing? You get 23. That's going to be failure. So, does your battle harden do anything with that? No.
It looks like only a success to a critical success, so nothing with failures.
Alright, so the Irfan drinks some of your blood, elf. On a failed save, which that's what it is, the creature is drained 1. Oh no, that's going to last until you sleep. And the Irfan gains 10 hit points. Let me see if I can drag that. No, can't. So plus 10.
Ah, it feels good. You taste good, elf.
She says in Irfan. Or Dark Tongue, or whatever the hell it is.
Bro.
Sakroth. And that's it. So that's what that whip attack did. So it moved, tripped, or...
Yeah, it moved, attempted to trip, and then attacked.
drained some blood. Awesome. Okay, it takes a point of damage. Because it's bleeding. Let's make its flat check. DC 15 is required here. 4, it does not. Goes to the next creature, which is this one down here. Ah, this one right here. Ah, you're a tough nut to crack, Eric. Alright.
Bring it, let's see.
She's gonna try to clamp down on you with, over your shield with her jaws.
Armor class 30.
You got it. Nope. Close. And it'll try it again.
Nope.
Nope. And it's gonna try it a final time. It's really desperate to clamp on you. Nope. Right.
I would imagine as desperately as it tried to hit me right there, I'm surprised it didn't lose a few of its own teeth on my shield.
Probably did. Doesn't seem to mind though. Alright, then the other one back here. Let's see. I think this is I'm treating this thing in the middle as a stone, but I don't think it is. It doesn't block line of sight. Let me look at the map real quick just to verify that. No, it doesn't. Alright, so she's going to target... you're prone. So your armor class will be a little bit better, but you're debuffed anyway because you're on the ground. So Rue, you're going to be subject to some grim tendrils. Shouldn't be a problem. You got a nice fortitude, juggernaut. So we'll see what happens. So I'll make a fortitude save. DC 23. 31.
31. No damage.
Success, critical success, so that's the end of that. And she curses under her breath. She's gonna move here to get a better, view. Try to, of somebody. Alright, done. We're gonna go to the final lasher, which is right here. This is the one over top of you, Rue, that tried to intimidate you. Since you're still on the ground, it's going to attempt to lash you once again. I'm trying to do a wicked bite on you. 30.
It'll hit.
Okay, there's the damage. Plus you got to give me a save here in a second. 6 points of bludgeoning? Wait a minute, that's the wrong guy. I'm sorry, I clicked on the wrong guy. Alright, skip all those rolls. They're with the wrong guy. Let me do this again. This one. Lash attack. Gets a 15. That's a fail.
Yep.
It's going to try it again. She try and roll out of the way. 21. I don't think that hits.
Nope.
Final lash attempt. No. Alright, so nothing there. Then we'll go to Eric. Oh, let me take the damage. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, Eric's going to keep his pressure on the magic inclined, and he's going to raise the Falcata again, kind of putting in work and trying to keep these mages occupied. Yeah, baby, that's a critical hit.
Oof. Oof.
Oh god, 62 points of slashing damage.
Okay, describe the kill.
Yeah.
Spellcaster.
Eric kind of trying to keep the pressure on these magic users. He raises his Falcata up and brings it down, literally splitting the creature in half at the waist. Where he looks to his left and sees this one badly injured, kind of causing some problems for Aura and Rune. He's going to launch an attack over in that direction as well. So yeah, here we go. 29 will hit. For a whopping 22 points of slashing damage. And then he will raise his shield.
Okay, give yourself a hero point. Well done. Rue, you're up.
Thank
Rue's going to take his first action to stand up. Or try to.
Let me see if he's got any reactions. I don't think he does. No. Go ahead.
Alright, Rue stands up and then going to wail on this guy.
Gal, you mean?
The gal here in front of him.
Oh, Eric doesn't know that these are ladies. Oh my!
They got whips. Come on. Terrible.
That'll hit. For 16 points of damage on that one. And
This
he's
one-
going to let the momentum carry it on down to the one underneath him.
Okay.
Letting it sweep on over. Hit with a 26.
Uh-oh. This could do it.
And forcefully do 24 damage.
It's got 3 hit points left. 3! Okay, Sheppy, you're up. Give yourself a hero point, Rue.
Alright. And I am done.
Alright, pull up those spells. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit with a fiery electrical arc. Try to hit 2 of them. If I hit the first one.
What beats that, Jeff?
I will, it's a cantrip.
Oh, gotcha, okay. Yeah, electric arc.
And I'll target the one with 3 hit points first.
So pretty much these two, right?
Yep.
Alright, well they're gonna make DC 27 basic reflex save.
Let me roll the save first. It's just the one, right?
Well, if it hits the one, it can go to the other one.
Alright, so this one here makes a basic... Well, it's gonna hit, because they have to make a reflex save.
Yeah.
So
He
it,
takes half damage.
it automatically goes to the other one. So it gets 32, success, that's half damage.
And then the other one's got to make a save too.
You killed that one. And which other one? This one here? Right
The
there?
one right next door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's roll that save. 27. Let's roll that. 25. Failure. So it takes 17.
Yep.
Ah.
Damn, just bringing the pain too.
Yeah. Killing the
Bringing
innocent
some
too.
fire.
Everything
fire
must die.
local.
Is that it?
Got one more, Jeff.
I got one more. I will listen at the door in case anything's coming behind us.
Isn't that door supposed to be shut?
Yeah, it is.
All right, there it is. And give yourself a hero point. Well done, Jesse.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to Aura. She's going to do a backflip. Come on. Swing off those
I don't know about
poles.
a backflip.
Come on, you got acrobatics. You can do it. Perch up there.
Yes. So I will. I'd love to do that one, but I can't. That's all right. I will just make 2 separate strikes, and then we'll see what I do with my last action.
Perch.
Alright. Targeting the one close to me first.
Miss.
Alright. And then this one down here.
Crit.
There we go.
That's how you get it done.
That one's 30 with the bleed damage. And last action, she'll just bring it back. Like, one for you, and we're back here. Alright, let's hope this hits. Crossing the fingers. She's got a free hand to do that. Ah, darn, same roll. Or same outcome number. And that's it.
All right, give yourself a hero point. Even
Here,
though you didn't
fam,
perch.
take my dice. Here, Rachel, take my dice.
Sure, let me just... Sure.
Yeah, that's right. All right, back to Erdefan Tormentor. That's this one right here.
Oh no, what are we to do? What are we to do? What's this?
Alright, so she's going to cast this. Six, 7, 8. Nothing to drag, so we'll put that in there manually. This one here is 8. Spellcasting ability wait a minute. Spellcasting ability modifier. Where is that on here? I added 2. That's good enough. Alright, so there's that. Okay, the other Erdefan, the one with the whip, looking kind of concerned as the other one comes behind her. Oh, let's do some of that. We -1 for the bleed and make the roll for the d20. Needs a 15 to stop the bleeding. They're getting pretty desperate. Oh, she stopped it, so let's get rid of that. She's no longer bleeding. Now let's go back to this creature here who's looking desperate with the whip. She's going to attempt to trip you once again, Rue. So what is your reflex DC that I have to beat?
Rue DC is 25.
28. You are prone once again as you fall to the ground. Alright, she's going to lash you. Second attack. Okay, while you're debuffed, we got a 7, 14 is gonna miss, and she'll. Let's try it again. There we go, 21, but that's still gonna miss. Alright, so she's done. We're gonna go to Eric.
Yeah, kind of seeing the creatures move and converge. Eric's going to move with them. So he's going to move over to there, and he's going to keep swinging that falcata. Oh, the target first. And he's aiming for the legs of these creatures. He's trying to impede their ability to escape.
Critical hit.
Yep, that'll do it. That's a 40.
Yeah, I think so.
That's one way to do it.
52 points of slashing damage as he literally, cleaves a leg off and literally slams his shield down onto her throat. And then I'm going to use... Yeah.
Where you going? Where you going?
We're going to lunge at this creature. The only creature that's left.
Okay.
And that's also a hit.
Okay.
And it's going to take 22 points of slashing damage.
Okay, it's still standing, but it's still frenzied.
Doesn't care. It loves it.
That's it for me. It's all I got.
Okay, Rue, you're up.
Rue is going to take that fight with the clothes on this creature. Actually, Rue's going to stand up, I'm sorry. As a first action.
You can crawl.
And then he'll... Nah, he ain't gonna fall.
Half
Then we'll
movement.
move back. No. Target you. Let's set this right. There you go. And then we'll wail on this thing.
Got it. Critical hit.
42.
And there you go. Describe it.
Bringing the in his frustration of being taken to the ground so many times, he brings the scimitar in an overhead slash, caving in the creature's skull.
Nice and simple.
I think everybody did good there. Well done, everybody.
Very good.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, that was very smooth.
Make a blind perception roll for Sheppy. As he tries to listen through the door in the midst of a combat, it's going to be really difficult. Something's out there creeping up on you.
Yeah, with Sheppy's great perception.
Okay, you rolled a 2 and got a 13. All right, that'll be fine.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nada. You just hear the sounds of battle. Okay, as far as things in this, on the bodies, let me look real quick. I'll assume you're going to do that. You do have those whips. Some chain shirts. If I know once chainmail. Those lashers had chainmail and those whips. The tormentors had
I
those
will-
hammers. Go ahead.
I will take a whip.
Okay. Awesome.
Oh my, Shades of Cypher all over again here.
So I guess what I
Any-
have to do... Go ahead, Jess.
Any magic in the room?
No. You haven't sensed anything.
Gotcha.
Okay, here's a whip.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at it real quick. I don't think it's magical, right?
It does say magical.
It does.
It also says advanced weapon.
Oh my.
Oh. What's your
There were
proficiency?
2 of them, right? Because I might just grab the other one. Dual wielding whips.
Yeah, there's 2 of them if you want it.
She looks like one of those people at the gym working out.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, she'll grab the second one, so I'll just increase it by 2.
Okay.
Wowza.
Uncommon, deadly D10, finesse, magical, trip, advanced weapon. What's your proficiency in advanced?
I don't think there is one.
Yeah, there
we
is.
go.
For a fighter, you'll be trained or expert.
She's
And if
trained.
you pick up-
I am trained.
Yeah, but if you pick up the advanced weapon training feat, you'll actually be able to treat it as if it was a martial weapon.
Nice. What kind of weapons is the whip?
I think it's part of the dagger weapon group.
If it's part of the dagger, then I'm a master with it.
Yeah, then you'll treat it like a normal martial weapon.
Yeah. Nice.
It's got wicked bite.
Oh, it's part of the flail. So it would still just be trained, but I could still hold on to it.
Okay, you rummage through the bodies, the carcasses. They're bloodied. They're horrible. Oh yeah, and they have that savings throw, but we'll assume that nobody failed that. I'll let that go. Because it's fortitude anyway. So yeah, you don't hear anything, Sheppy. So you're in this chamber. What next?
Eric will begin exploring the southern part, working from there to there, kind of going slow, taking his time, seeing if there's any crevices or hidden nooks or any secret doors about.
Is that a hole in the floor?
That's like a little
no,
depression.
that's-
They were doing their ritual around it.
What about the very end here? Is this just a dead end?
Yeah, it's a dead
That's what
end.
we're about to find out.
But we'll make some rolls if you want to look for secret doors. That's a thing. So anybody searching, go ahead and make your perception roll blind. Remind me what you're doing. And I'll mark off some time.
I'm going to be still searching along the southern wall for any trapped pressure plates, secret doors, any hidden pull switches.
Okay. Good
I'm gonna be
thinking.
looking over in this corner here as well. Like what is what were they protecting? What were they hiding?
How about you, Rue? Anything in particular?
No, as the others are doing their thing, we're just going to kind of stand guard, make sure nothing sneaks up on us.
Okay. Sheppy, likewise, I imagine.
I'm going to use occultism on the hole, just to see if they can recognize what they're doing.
Okay. So I got the perception rolls, and give me an occultism for Sheppy.
On the way.
You could have used religion or any of your traditions, actually.
I call them it's better.
He's best at occultism.
All right, so all right, a good amount of time goes by. In fact, since we started this, an hour has gone by at least, with combat moving and all the searching that's going on. So it's about an hour. And Eric, you don't find anything on the walls that reveals any type of portal, hidden or otherwise. Aura, you likewise paying a special attention to the corner. You do see some heavy, thick cobwebs in the ceiling above, which you can't reach, but no portals Rue, you hear nothing creeping up behind you through the doorway. Sheppy, this is some type of ritual pit. It almost looks like this is a religious thing. You could see little images carved on some of the bones that are in the pile and along the edge that were carved, and they look like the Urdafan. Very crude shapes of the Urdafan dancing with blood drip or something dripping from their mouths. And you see all around the pit where they've been dancing around it. You also see bits of blood within the pit itself, like as if maybe there was sacrificing going on. Although you don't see any bodies, you do see bones. But you get the gist that this is some type of religious practice that the Urdafan were involved with. Otherwise, the room is pretty much vacant and bare, aside of the bodies and you.
There's nothing else here. Perhaps we should fall back and go up to the northern chamber, see if we can find anything else there.
But we must keep looking. They have the lens somewhere.
Indeed.
Onward.
And Eric will begin to head out the door.
Which way?
North. There was a door up there that we didn't, or a passageway that we didn't explore.
There is a third door, and I think that's what you're referring to, but it's down here.
Okay, then I got my navigations wrong. Let's head to the other door then.
There's no more passageways to the north. There's a little tunnel that they were trying to escape through. Is that what you mean, maybe? But here's the final door.
Yeah, I think that tunnel was what I meant. But yeah, we want to head to the door.
Alright, well, I'll deduct some time as you guys go up north and explore this tunnel. It's very narrow, and it goes on for 10, 20, 30, 40 feet into the darkness. Although, if you want to keep pursuing, you can do so.
Yeah, no, once Eric sees that it's not really going anywhere, he'll turn back.
Alright. Okay, as you close in on this third and final door in this whole cavern that you can see. Again, you see this door at the bottom, and over the top of it you see heads. There's a rope close in front of the door that there's heads of victims of the Urdafan. You also see the familiar runes and the animal skins on the door itself. There's a simple push latch. And what would you like to do?
Yeah, Eric will move down and take a listen at the door.
Okay, blind perception.
Should be on the way.
While he's listening at the door, Aura's just gonna quickly patch up her wounds.
Go ahead and make your roll, and I'll deduct some time. And you don't hear anything. $24.
Yeah, he'll still linger behind to give Aura plenty of time to bandage her wounds. And once they're bandaged, then he'll kind of look to the rest of the group, see what's behind door number 3, and he'll begin to open the door slowly to get a lay of the land.
At this cavern's center sits a single fur and skin hovel. Very small. A path to the hovel is flanked with skull-topped spears. And suddenly you see creatures, a number of creatures, one of which turns abruptly around within the hovel and steps outside of it, a mere couple feet.
Ah,
It says, in a very natural tongue,
we meet on a good day to kill.
this is in Sakroth. He immediately draws his sword and begins to move towards you. And at that stage, we're going to roll initiative. First, we'll take a break, but let's do the initiative first. All right, so this dude is who you see. He looks like the other ones, the wimps. But yeah, this guy looks particularly menacing. He's flanked by 2 of these other spellcasters. Okay.
Yeah, Eric will look to the others. He's like, I'll focus the big one.
Oops, I put a something in there I should know.
Oh, there you go, Shep. You finally got a decent one.
Yep. When there's only a couple, you know it's going to be a big fight.
Okay, so there we go. So, whatever lies in this chamber, we're about to find out. It looks like this dude might be a little bit more special than the others. Maybe he can handle them. There's only a few of them. But there is like this little hut in the middle of the place that is kind of open on the front. You could see inside of it, although it is dark. But he was standing there, and he strides out, drawing his sword, looking very eager to cut some flesh, as do the 2 flanking him, those wimpy spellcasters. But that's where we're going to begin. So let's take a 5-minute break and get ourselves adjusted for yet another combat. So, folks, we're going to be right back
Yep, sounds good. I'll be right back.
with part 2. All right, here we are. Ready for part 2. Little extended break there. Yeah, we had Rachel join us midstream here. We're actually pretty early. You didn't really miss much. 1 round of combat, that's all. So it's all good. But so yeah, we've got Rachel here. We all know and love Rachel. No need to introduce, but we do have a little special thing here before we get started. I don't know if it's special. I want everybody to think for a minute. Okay? Just a little thinking here. And we're going to start off with... I'll start off with Kyle. What I want you guys to do, and Kyle will be the example here. I want you to ask any other player outside of myself, any other player, something about their character that you're curious about. And Kyle's going to be our example, okay? He's going to pick somebody and he's going to ask a question about that character that he's curious about. And we'll go around the table and we'll start with Kyle. Okay, so let's dig into the realms of our characters just for a little bit, just briefly here. And Kyle, why don't you start us off and show everybody what we're talking about here. Pick somebody.
All right, Rachel, dig deep.
Oh, there you go.
I got a deep question for you, Miss Aura. You willed that chakram to grand effect, but what event in Aura's life, non-combat related, was the deciding factor that she finally decided on chakrams? Like what happened out, like just in her life growing up and stuff that made her gravitate toward that weapon or that particular weapon group?
Okay.
Well, other than it being super cool, I don't know, maybe let's on the fly come up with some backstory here. Perhaps she had a younger brother who in himself had taken into enjoying this weapon. And so her being like extreme, like she's knowledgeable about weapons, she enjoys training. She will say in her backstory that she helped train her little brother, but when, like, we'll say a tragic accident happened, and the weapons that he was using she took up on her own, and just instead of working through grief in a natural way, she just like hyper focused on the chakrams, and in a way it helped her deal with her grief, and it helps her feel connected to her younger brother.
I'm crying over here. Those damn onion ninjas got me again.
Not the onion ninjas.
Nice. A little bit of backstory about Aura. So Rachel, now it goes to you. Ask anybody else, that includes Kyle. Everybody gets one question. So ask anybody other player about their character, something that you're curious about. Take your time. Whatever you want to ask.
Alright, so on the same vein as siblings, I am very curious about Rue. Were you part of a big litter? And what is your family relationship? Does Rue have a family of his own?
So, Rue was not part of a big litter. Rue actually only had 2 siblings. He had an older brother, and he had a younger sister. Rue also has a mate, who is back off waiting for. Her name's Kiri. Rue's older brother was lost in a attack by a bunch of bandits that were led by a troll. This troll murdered his brother.
You're fading out, Ted.
Rue had an older brother who was killed by a troll, who led a bunch of bandits. He also had a little sister who was kidnapped by said troll.
Mm-hmm.
This is what started Rue on his adventuring career. He set out to avenge his brother and to save his sister. Um, he successfully did both. We kind of alluded to it previously in other episodes. One of Rue's fears was the attack that he lost his brother in. Fritz kind of put Rue through that a little bit on it. The armor that Rue wears is actually the hide of the pet of the troll who led the bandits. So Rue's kind of big on family.
Yeah.
He's a follower of Arasta, who's big in the community and family and things like that. Rue is also, that's why Rue is also protective of Aura, protective of Celine and anybody who's in the original group. He considered them to be his extended family. So, does he have a big litter? I mean, it's grown. He's gained two, what he considers sisters. So I mean, yeah, yes and no.
All right.
Very good. So that goes to you, Ted. Ask anybody else, preferably Jesse or who's left? Jesse
Or
and
me.
Kyle. Jesse and Kyle.
Oh. Yeah, actually, this one's for Jesse, for Sheppy. When did Sheppy become such a firebug? What drove that?
Okay, so when Sheppy was very young, he had a little accident in his village. He didn't know he had these powers, but one day he burnt down half his village by accident and was kind of thrown out of the village because of it. He has a family, a very large family,
Yes.
that he's kind of disconnected from. And one of his siblings, which is his sister, has been searching for him for years. And she's kind of got the hint that he's in Otari. So there may be a time when his sister shows up,
Yeah.
because she don't blame him for what happened. But yeah, the whole village, half of it burnt down. A lot of people died. It's kind of crazy.
Shezzy.
Yep.
Shh, don't say it again. All right, excellent. All right, that leaves you, Jesse. You get a question towards Kyle. What is it?
Okay, Kyle, what is your deal with the Knights of Last Wall? Why do all your characters come from there in some way or another?
Ooh, player question.
Yeah,
question. That's okay.
Eric's the only real knight of Last Wall. Dane was just a soldier. So Eric was kind of that person where he's actually a knight, and kind of play him very differently than I would Dane or Bjorn, like these just gruff fighters. Eric's a lot more pinpoint. He's a lot more adaptable because he's actually a knight. He took vows and this and that, and he's very big on honor, and that's why when we destroyed that poor little gnome, Eric, that is eating Eric alive right now. That guilt of I'm a knight and I couldn't protect that. Of course we didn't know that it was a friendly, and neither did they, but he still bears that weight. So he's more of a truer character than Dane, who was haunted by it and this and that. And of course Eric, buried his family in the Last Wall. He's got nobody except the group. So he's well and truly on his own without you guys.
Okay, there we go. So we learned a little bit about everybody's character and Kyle. Fantastic. No bonus hero points for that because you got plenty. And snacks to boot. So, we're going to continue on. Thanks everybody for that. Appreciated it. We're going to get into the combat, which is about to begin. Round 1, as they take on Kerfell, the Udurfan leader. So it seems.
Oh boy.
What secrets does he have? What powers does he have? We're going to find out, because he's first. So. He doesn't look too happy. But he looks very expecting. When he turned and he saw you at the doorway, Eric, and your friends, he looked as if he was almost expecting you to arrive, and he looks eager to cross swords, to cut into the flesh. And he begins to move forward towards the door. He's going to stride to the doorway. He should be right within reach of you, I believe. Yeah. And he's just going to haul off.
Yep, reactive shield.
With his, let me see what he's got here, this big Roka sword. Okay, I'm going to keep these blind for the first few rolls, first few rounds, then we'll go public. Keep a little secrecy is what he's all about.
And he makes a strike against you, Eric.
And he hits cleanly. You are a bit unprepared. Reactive strike, what's your armor class? Or reactive shield?
Reactive shield will be AC 30.
AC 30, he easily cuts into your flesh. Before you bring it up, you just bring it up in time. It could have been far worse, but he does make contact with you. He's going to roll some damage. It's not critical. Oh, wait a minute. What was your armor class?
30.
30.
It is critical. All right. Let's see what he can do. 44 points of slashing damage. Yeah, that's pretty much everything added. Nothing else. Okay. He's going to try it again for his second attack. He's going to try and cut into you. Actually, no. The way he's cutting, swooping towards you with a series of stabs first, and then this big swing which cuts cleanly across your chest, he's going to turn it around and come your way, Rue. Since you're right next to him, he's going to cut into you as well. So you're going to take an attack. This will be the creature's second attack. And what's your armor class? 27.
27.
That's going to be a critical hit.
Rue will reactively rage. Wounding rage.
Okay, you can do that. You're going to take 55 points of slashing damage as this blade cuts into you. Again, somewhat surprised and unprepared by this sudden appearance and attack by this creature. However, it's done. We're going to move on. Okay, Eric, you're up.
I don't know why I'm backwards, but okay. Yeah, we're going to see if we can return the favor. That's a critical hit.
And
43 points of slashing damage, so we tied for damage.
Okay, 43 points of slashing. Did you get a critical?
Yes, sir. And it's also off guard until the start of my next turn.
Excellent.
And yeah, Eric's going to raise his shield and take cover.
Okay, give yourself cover. Rue.
Rue is going to attempt to trip it with his kukri for his first action. Yeah, athletics. 32 to attempt to trip it.
You need a 29. So that's going to be a successful trip.
He trips it. It's now prone.
Knocked him prone.
He will follow that up with a series of strikes from that scimitar of his.
You will. Hit.
22 damage for the first one. And we'll hero point that.
The beatdown begins. That's a hit.
Yep. And another 17 points of damage.
Okay. So you've managed to knock him down and give him a thorough pummeling here with your scimitar and swords. What are you using, Kyle? Is it a sword, I think? Falchion?
Falcata, yes.
Falcata? Okay. Alright. Alright. So far, so good. Sheppy, you're up.
Okay, so I want to make a recall knowledge, but I'm specifically trying to figure out, through my research of the summoning circles, if this thing is a fiend. Now, you tell me if I get a bonus on this roll or whatever, but I specifically want to know if it's a fiend.
Alright, so you're going to be using, to identify this creature, you're going to be using...
Occultism.
Well, let me look, see what would work. Society, or if you have an applicable lore skill that deals with what you're looking for here. Whichever one you want to use, go ahead and use it.
Yeah, Jess, all you really got society. I don't think Underworld would help you here.
If it was applicable, it'd be a thing, but it's not. So society deals with humanoid cultures, histories, rulers, cults, gangs, bandits, creature. That's what would apply here.
What I was thinking here is I would use my occultism because of the ritual summoning circles. Maybe it has something to do with occultism and raising fiends.
Well, exactly. The fact that you're not using occultism means that there is nothing of that sort to be found. That's why you're using society. So that's the answer. But go ahead and make a society roll. You might find out some stuff that is applicable.
Okay.
But there's essentially nothing of the occult nature of this creature. Now, your roll would help also identify its type, the specifics of what you're trying to find, if your roll is good.
I think I rolled that wrong.
You rolled society. It says you get a +1 intelligence and a +0 for untrained. He's untrained in society, so he doesn't know much about cultures and societies or creatures, humanoid creatures.
I need the hero point to re-roll that.
You can. I usually don't allow that on secret rolls, but if you want to, go ahead. Okay.
A little better.
You get the feeling, Sheppy, this creature isn't so bad. There's some... He's a relative of gnomes. Yeah. There's gnomish blood in that creature. But you don't sense anything else about him. So the Udderfans must be gnomes. Huh.
He's a cousin of Althea.
Yeah.
Oh, that's...
Well, I feel really bad now, guys.
All right, pull up my spells.
All right, time to get serious.
Go right down to the bottom. I'm going to cast a level 4 flaming sphere in his square.
Let's get out our flaming sphere.
DC 27 reflex.
put it there for reference. And let's make his save. He is on the ground. Let's see if he can bump out of the way. 23, he fails. So, damage.
Let's see. 18.
18 fire.
Fire.
Okay.
And the spear stays in the square.
And don't forget the start of your turn to sustain it or let it go away and move it around if you want. But it's in his square.
Yeah, he's done.
Let me put it in his square. I think that'll work. Bink. All right. Next is going to be... Okay. Let me see here. All right. There. Let's do this. You hear strange arcane mumblings from whoever was in this chamber beyond. You can't see clearly now that you're on the outside and he's basically there. I think he's prone, though. You could actually see. So I take that back. You could see one of those casters that you fought before has kind of stepped forward, coming from the east side of the chamber, and begins weaving and casting some incantation. And these tendrils that suddenly appear shooting from her fingers begin to wrap around the body of the fallen creature in front of you. And he pulls back and his chest rises. And you can see veins popping in his neck and in his face, and his eyes widen, almost as if he's in a frenzy. Okay. Next is Aura.
Oh yeah, let's toss this chakram right at him. The first thing I'm going to do is do my combat assessment, so that way I can hopefully. Oh wait, that's melee attack. I do that every time. Never mind. Instead, she'll just regularly throw the chakram.
Who's the target?
Nice.
Oh, that's a nat 20. What?
Yeah. I saw it before you did.
You did. Well, I realized I wasn't targeting the creature,
Which
but
one?
it didn't matter.
Which one?
The one directly in front of us.
Oh, the big
It's just my
baddie.
Discord is acting weird. I'm trying to do two things at once. There it goes. Okay. Discord was being weird. Alright, yeah.
So let me check his armor class. He is prone.
Mhm.
Let me click on him. Oops, I shut the door. I've got a bunch of things in here. Okay,
Yeah,
so...
I had the fireball selected before.
Oh my!
I was like, oh, come on.
Okay, you got a critical
And then that's when I
success.
realized the text was highlighted green, and I'm like, oh, wait, that was a 20.
Critical hit.
Alright, let's hope this does something.
30. Okay.
Nice.
Persistent bleed. Yeah, it automated it. Put it on there. Okay. So you got him. Bad cut.
Hopefully that drains him a little bit. The next thing she's gonna try is just her incredible aim to try to hit him a second time. She just focuses for a brief second before tossing the chakram back out. Actually, she'll take a 5-foot step back and then throw it a regular strike with the multi-attack penalty.
Miss.
Oh, well.
His armor class is
Then
actually
that's
a
it.
little bit better because of the friends in the way, but still, it's a miss.
Actually, I have some hero points. I'll use one.
Okay. Need a 28. That was
Yeah.
5. Got it. Normals. Hit. 17.
17. Slashing.
Very
Now
good.
that's it.
Okay. Top of round 2. It's the creature's turn. You two are chomping at the bit, aren't you? All right. All right, he's going to attack from the ground against Eric
Armor class 30.
as he goes into this frenzy. Well, wait a minute. Let me read this. Ooh, okay. So from the ground, he, with sword in hand and his gaping maw with nasty teeth, he goes into a frenzy on both you and Rue. And Eric, you're first up. He's going to try and smash you with his sword right off the bat.
Armor class 32.
Okay, 1 second. Let me put this in my side of the chat. 32, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Alright. So let's try and get you with the sword. Let's see what that does. Okay. He hits its normal damage. Does get past your shield. He's so strong. You're going to take a little bit of damage here. 18 points of slashing damage. And he's going to follow that up. And this still counts as his first attack. With a bite. So he's kind of doing a combination here, following up just the way he needs to. And the result is a 32. So that's a normal. Let me do the damage first. And he gets a 17 piercing.
I'll use my shield block reaction.
Alright, so go ahead and deduct that damage and put the damage on the shield and yourself, whatever's left over. Okay.
Okay.
And next, he's going to try and drain your blood. Similar to what we did before with the whip attack. I think it was. Make save fortitude. Should be good at this.
Find out.
28 is just successful.
Well, that turns into a critical then.
Yes, it does. There you go. Okay, so no further effect. Now on Rue, you're going to take a jaw strike as well. Okay? So let me do that. Again, this counts as his first attack. So it's using his first attack modifier. So he's really good at this. That's my point here. And he's going to... Ooh, he didn't roll too well, but he got a 27. Just enough.
Just enough.
Okay. So let me give you the damage first. As his teeth sink into your flesh. 16 points of piercing. And then you go ahead and give me a fortitude save.
Well, that's also going to trigger my armor.
It's a nice armor. Okay, that's a critical fail.
No, that was my healing. That was my armor. Here's my fort save.
Okay. Yeah, that was kind of concerning.
I am going to hero point that.
You are.
$23.
23. Okay. Let me sit back up there. Okay, that's a failure. So what that means is suddenly you are drained 1. Now this I think does stack. I'm not sure about that, but I think drained 1 stacks with... Yeah, it did it. Because some conditions of the same types don't stack. But I think this does. So you'd be drained 2. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that would stack with drained 1. Because how else do you get to drained 4? Unless it was a one instance thing. It would have to.
It's definitely stacking.
Alright, so what else here? Alright, that's it. That was draining blood. And I believe that's... Nope, he's got another action left. At this point, he is going to... He's going to stand up and rage. Not rage per se, but he's going to stand up. So
I've got a question about that, Fritz. Since I'm in quote-unquote cover, if I attack him, does that take me out of cover?
Honestly, Kyle, I'd have to look that up.
Well, I can't use it because I use reactive shield, so...
Oh, that's good. How about you, Rue? I missed that. So if you have a reactive strike, go ahead and make it. He's standing up.
Oh, okay.
That's you, Rue. Okay, 38 will do it. That's going to be critical. Got him.
Yeah, we need to
Looking
clear
forward to
it.
my
Damage.
Kyle, to answer your question, if you're taking cover behind something and you use an attack action, you lose the cover.
That's what I thought.
Thanks, Rachel. Give yourself another hero point.
Woohoo.
Okay. Alright, so he's done. That was his 3 actions. Got a lot of attacks in there. We're going to go to the Erdefon Torment. What was that? Wait a minute. Oh, he's bleeding. Alright.
The bleed?
Yep, he's got some damage from the bleed. He's going to make his roll. I'm going to make up rolls public after this. So let's roll his d20 and see if he gets 15 or greater. Nope, so he's bleeding. Next is this one creature behind him. Let's see which one it is. Right there. He's going to go here. He's going to start chanting away. or she is. And she is going to cast... Oh, let me go back to blind again. This. And she's done. So, you guys are doing pretty good. I'll tell you. Trying my best here. Keep you guys on your toes. Alright, next is going to be Sir Eric. You're up, my friend.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can lay the pain down. Yeah, baby, that's a critical hit.
You nasty warrior, you.
How about 52 points of slashing damage?
That's just enough. He's looking really bad right now, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm gonna be greedy on this one, guys. I'm gonna go for it all here. Yep, I'm gonna be greedy. I'm
Oh yeah,
going
go for it.
Oh,
I'm gonna point the fuck out of that, boys.
You rolled
I'm
a
gonna
one.
You
point
most
the
certainly
hell out
will.
of it. That's a hit.
29. You got him. Come on, Kyle. He's got 16 hit points.
16 hit points.
16! Right on
Oh
the
my
money.
god. Perfect. Excellent.
Last action, raise shield.
Oh! He falls back to the ground in a heap.
Yeah, Eric just kind of let the creature stand up because he didn't want to leave it in cover, and you just see him kind of lunge forward, like lifting his shield up, like it's this big, long wind up where he raises his shield and kind of draws back, and you see it slam into the creature's face, where he brings the falcata around, literally cleaving the creature's head off, and he punts it at the other creatures inside, just to piss him off.
Excellent. Excellent, Kyle. Go ahead, Rue. You're up. You just saw this creature's head fall off.
So Rue is going to take an action to take a healing potion off his belt. Take another action to drink said potion.
$29. Very good.
And then he's going to move into the room.
I think you're right next door, right? Is that adjacent?
Yeah, right next to it.
Yeah, it is. Diagonal. That it?
And actually, I want to... There. I'm done. That's it.
Do you want him right there?
I was thinking about it. That's fine.
Alright. Alright, Sheppy. I guess you're next.
What are we doing, Jess?
Okay, I'm going to sustain the flaming sphere, and I'm going to move it into that bad guy's square. So he's going to have to make a
I can
27
relink it.
reflex save.
What square are you after? This one back here to the right? Like
Yeah,
right
the
there?
closest one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that way you avoid Rue. You don't want him getting caught, right?
No.
I guess that's far enough. It's about 30 feet, actually. I know it is. Alright, that's good.
Yep. DC 27 basic reflex.
Okay, excellent teamwork from our companions tonight. Oh boy.
Telling you, I stacked in armor for a reason.
Gets a 21. He failed. So whatever you roll, 22 points of damage.
22.
Well done.
Then pull up my spells. go up to the cantrips. I'll hit him with an electrical arc if he's within range. 30 feet. Yeah, he is.
Boy, you killed him quick. Jeez.
Yeah, we'll do that. The creature he's targeting is DC 27 basic reflex.
30 feet? Is he within range?
I think so. No, you're 35, Jeff. Well, you're 30 to where the sphere is.
Okay, we'll change that to a different spell. Have to look at him again.
Wait a
Find something else
minute.
to do.
Wait a minute. The creature is 35 feet. The one where Rue is 35 feet. So you're 35 feet. You'll have to move. Do you want to do that?
If I move, I can't cast anything.
Alright, so...
I'll just pick a different spell. Give me a second.
Alright. Let me get this guy out of the way. He's just a carcass now.
Yeah, let's hit him with a Scorching Ray.
60 feet. Which one?
Same one.
Assuming the one on the right. I can't see that one on the map, so I'm going to target the other one just to get its numbers.
Yeah, that's fine.
It'll have a +2 armor class bonus. Because of the somebody in the way there.
36.
Critical. Shalish. Critical hit.
Yeah, 36. Now we'll have to double that manual, so 14 points of fire damage to the one on the right.
14.
Yeah, because it was critical.
I guess that's it.
Yep, that's it.
Yep.
I'll do that.
Alright, it's that creature's turn next. Let me look at something real quick here. Gonna have to look at the map. Structure. Okay. All right. This creature here with the flaming sphere lets out a scream and a shriek. It sounds very fearful, though, and begins running towards the back of the cavern. Aura, you're up next.
It's about time I got in there. Yeah, she'll come running in and then
Perch.
throw that chakram.
Perch.
Does a 27 miss? I had the wrong things targeted.
This guy? I won't
This
give.
guy, correct.
I won't give him an armor class bonus. I should, but I'm not gonna in this case. You got a clear shot as you're moving. I think his armor class is 21. I don't have it here. Hold on. Armor class value. Yes, it's 21, so you definitely hit. Okay,
Okay, 21.
Ah! She screams in pain. That chakram cuts into her.
And just because I don't do it very often with my final action, I'm going to cast Shield.
What does your shield look like?
Good question. I don't think I've ever really thought about it. I know with Alvia it was basically a little, like a butterfly. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I don't want to hold us up.
It's a big leaf.
I think it would look like because she's such like not like a weapons specialist, but she just really enjoys everything there is to do with combat and fighting. It looks like a traditional steel shield, but maybe with like a lion's head or something.
A velvet design.
Great symbolism.
Yes, a velvet design.
That works.
She is an elf, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe she'd be a half elf. All right, let's do this. You've got the shield on there. Yes, you do. All right, you're all good. Gonna go to the top of round 3, starting with, well, he's dead. Terrible. Let's remove that carcass. So, Rue, this creature, suddenly, she was about to chant something, sees her friend screaming and running to the rear. She sees the fallen Kerfell, the leader, and she begins to back away from you. If you'd like to slice into her, you can. She's left herself open.
He will very much like to do so.
All right, go ahead. DC 21.
Actually, can I attempt a trip instead? With a kukri?
This is a reactive strike, specifically
Reactive
a
strike,
strike.
Oh,
But,
did it, yeah.
but, go ahead and describe what you'd like to do instead.
So basically, Rue is standing there with his scimitar in one hand, his kukri in the other. As this creature begins to back away, he growls at it menacingly. When it turns to run, he would strike out with the kukri to hook its leg, hook its foot, to try and trip it and keep it from running.
All right, make a trip attack. I'll let you do that. Just make a trip attack. You need a 20. No
37.
problem. No problem. I was hoping for that. So yeah, you managed to catch her. Go ahead and describe how you catch her. As she turns to run away, leaving herself open, you see your opportunity with your kukri and attempt to trip her. Go ahead and describe that.
As it turns to flee, he lunges forward and reaches out with the kukri, hooking it by its ankle, or hooking it by its foot, and dropping it to the ground as he prepares to pounce upon it.
All right, so boom. You put her down. You have her somewhat immobilized. Well, let me get rid of that. Where is it? Prone. So we'll put her prone. Well done. Well done. And so as that happens, and it looks like she's kind of in fear for her life. She's not even trying to fight back. She's trying to crawl away from you. And in the distance, Aura, you can hear the other creature wailing as if she's trapped. So what would you guys like to do as a whole here? Aura, you're closest. What would you do right now immediately? You don't see any targets. One of them's on the ground.
Rue still has his target.
Rage.
Rue's still raging. He still has a target.
He's gonna kill it.
Well, I meant Aura.
Oh.
Did I say Rue? I meant Aura.
I thought you said Rue. Go ahead.
I probably did. What would you do, Aura, first, since you're closest to the action?
Good question. Shoot. Honestly, Rue is one of those very much a team player, and she always has like full faith in her teammates. And if it looks like Rue's on a rampage, which he is raging, she would just let him have it.
So you're just going to stand there?
Might be dangerous to try to stop him.
Yeah? maybe.
Yeah. How tall is Rue?
Well, Ruby and Catfolk, he's not as well. We have I think I had him at 5'11". He's Catfolk, so Catfolk aren't known to be tall.
I'm finally taller than someone.
How tall is she?
6'4".
She's even taller than Eric.
What?
Wow.
Eric's
You
only 6'2".
Young.
That's her elven blood. See?
Yeah.
Pathfinder
I thought
elves,
I was
okay.
going short.
Yeah, Bjorn dwarfed y'all though.
He certainly did. I don't know. I'm gonna flip a coin to see if she would like kind of engage her in her own, or see what Rue does, because she's very familiar with the way that he fights. And Rue it is.
Okay, if you want to move over there, help him, or stand above him, whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it.
I wouldn't be able to move all like. Oh my god. I wouldn't be able to move around, would I?
Yeah, you can move around
Like how far?
as far as you want. We're out of encounter mode, okay? Just so you know. But it depends on what you guys do. We might slide back into it. Okay, that's good.
She'd slink around and just make sure, we've got a backstory here. So she'd be like, do what you did to that thing from long ago, and Rue will know exactly what she's talking about.
Excellent.
So do the thing.
So as the elf rushes in to kind of help Rue take down this creature and hold her steadfast, what about the rest of you? Let's go to Eric. You're pretty wounded.
Yeah, I think we all are. Yeah, Eric would kind of enter the room. Kind of about there.
Okay, take a defensive posture. All right. As you enter, Sheppy, what do? You see your friend Eric rush in. You hear a commotion. What do? You don't see any targets.
I'm going to dissipate the flaming sphere,
God.
and I'm going to come in the room. And I'm pretty sure I have battle medicine. I never use it. I'm going to try to heal.
Well, we're not in encounter mode per se, so you could use
Okay.
your normal medicine check.
All right, I'll
'Cause
do that.
Just if you guys can imagine that the enemy has kind of like dispersed. They're not really putting up a fight. The other one is somewhere in the back of the cavern. You don't know where she is, but you can hear her on the other side of this little tent. But Rue has the other one on the ground. All right, so we're kind of out of encounter mode. There's nothing happening.
Gotcha.
As you can tell. So if you want to make a medicine check on somebody, you can. Just pick the person and make your roll.
All right, I'll try it.
Who we trying?
Worth a shot. I don't have
Train.
a train. Oh, you're healed.
Yeah, well, you're trained, so I think that's critical.
Yeah.
DC
Yep.
is 15, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
So 25, yeah, that is critical. What am I thinking?
What's
So
that give?
2d6
48?
doubled, 2d8 doubled. $24. Got fireworks going on here.
Yeah, here.
All right, so there's a little healing. And Rue, you're raging. You probably know what's going on, though. You've got this creature under control. It can't get away, and it's screaming in pain and eager to get away from you. But she's obviously giving up once the elf shows up with her kukri in hand. The other one, I think only the elf could really spot in the distance. I'm not sure. Probably no light to see. But you can hear her. She might be about 30 feet away from you. Aura.
So,
Yeah, still in darkness, can't see, but yeah, I can hear her.
so this is kind of an important distinction I need to know. Are we or are we not in an encounter? Are there still enemies present or no?
It all depends on what you do. And I'll
Yeah, I
decide.
feel like right now we're given the chance to sway one way or the other.
So we're kind of in that gray area. So Rue is, at this point, Rue is going to toy with his... He's going to essentially toy with his feet. He's going to pin this one to the ground, and essentially he's going to try to intimidate her. And basically ask her, or say, the lens. Where is the lens? Tell me and you will live.
Okay, you can make a diplomacy check.
And do intimidate?
Can you do that while raging?
Well, if you
It's
want
not-
if you want information, that's not intimidation. If you want to intimidate as part of getting information in the future, that's a basically coerce or try and make an impression, which is a diplomacy check. If you're intimidating, intimidation is basically a combat action. But in this case, since we're kind of in between or out of combat, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get information by intimidating her. So in this case, go ahead and make a diplomacy check and see if you can get the information out of her. Because you're definitely going to intimidate her.
That's not going to be as good as straight up intimidation. Okay.
This is just to
And
see if
that's
you get
the point.
information.
To answer Jesse's question, I can do any action that does not require concentration.
Doesn't have the concentrate trait.
Right.
So, yeah, if it doesn't have it, you're good to do it. Well, it's worth looking it up. Out of curiosity.
Straight up diplomacy, which Rue is not diplomatic at all, we're looking at a 14.
Because isn't raging intimidation a feat?
I believe so, but I don't have it.
Probably. Everything's a feat in this game.
I know.
That's why it makes hard to come up with rules on the fly, because there's probably a feat for it. So you gotta watch what you do. But, do you speak Svakroth?
I do.
Okay. She's crying out and cursing at you. She starts screaming the name of some god or something. It's something you've never heard before. And she's trying to get away. She's obviously not trying to fight against you. She's just trying to get away. But she's not revealing any information or other things to you. Or whatever you were trying to get there.
Yeah, he was trying to see if she could tell if she knew about the lens or where it was.
No,
stuff
she
like
doesn't.
that.
She doesn't.
If she's not telling him what he wants to know, basically look at it, the wrong answer, go attack her. So yeah, he'll lay into it with the scimitar.
All right, go for it. A 1. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, if you failed, do you want to use a hero point or let that go?
Don't. We'll let that go. I'll have
All right.
more.
So the rest of you see what's going on. You hear Rue. Aura's sitting there. She sees what's going on. She's hear him trying to interrogate this individual, but it doesn't seem to be working. He's trying to kill her now. You can all plainly see that. He's not
Eric's
being.
stepping in.
All right, Eric, what do you do?
Yeah, as soon as he would go to bring the sword up, you just see Eric kind of step in front of him and raise the tower shield. As the sword bounces off the shield. And he'll kind of look to Rue. She is beaten and defenseless.
Not as long as she breathes.
Make a perception check, Aura, as this is happening. Blind. Continue.
Rue's clearly caught up still in his rage.
Yeah, Eric would just kind of stand there literally like a beachhead. You need to calm your emotion. She's not a threat anymore.
Aura, your attention comes from the southeast. The wailing stops, but you hear footsteps moving towards the tent, coming from the direction where that one creature ran from. So it stopped screaming, but you kind of sense that it's on the move, heading towards the tent. You don't see it. The light isn't shining there. You do anything?
I will
Could be an
call.
alarm.
What was that, Jesse?
I said it could be getting an alarm. Might
You
wanna stop it.
don't hear this, Jesse. Shh.
Okay.
I'll call the attention of Eric and say, the one that has snuck away, I think it's getting into some trouble. We should, let's investigate.
Yes, at least
Rue and
there's
Sheppy
honor in
can-
that fight. There's no honor in killing a helpless enemy. And
Yeah.
he'll kind of give Rue the stare down before he moves off in the direction with Aura.
All right.
Yeah.
Alright.
Actually, even tell Sheppy, I don't know how involved you are in stopping Rue from attacking further, but she'll pretty much call to anybody who looks like they're not in the middle of something, and she'll say, hey, let's check this out.
Yeah, Eric will definitely go with her.
All right, just as you're discussing this, there it appears. You can see it, Sheppy, right in front of you, sneaking around the right side, the east side of the tent. You see that creature appear once again. The Erdofan, sorceress type individual, whatever that is. And she's on the run, and she's heading towards you. Now I'm going to allow her...
Try to intercept.
Well, let me do this in time here. She's going to get to this spot right here and attempt to burst through Sheppy. Now, Eric, what would you like to do?
Yeah, as soon as I would see her running over, I would move to cut her off.
All right, I'll allow you to move up to here because that's where she is by the time you react. What would you like to do? She's right within reach.
All right, you gonna give me a chance to do something?
You're next. I'm letting Eric
Okay.
do his thing because he was only like 5 feet away. You doing anything?
Yeah.
Not you. Eric, what are you doing?
Oh,
Yeah, Eric would cut her down.
All right, make your attack roll. You get one roll. $38, you're
One
hit.
all
All
I
damage. You might do it. You need to beat a 41.
How about 49?
49 cuts her down as she tries to get away. No survivors tonight, folks. None.
don't even think about it.
Yep.
Yep.
So, Sheppy, before you even had a chance to react, the fighter whips around with his sword in hand and just cuts right into her. She tries to get past you. She crumples to the ground, lifeless. Now, we're out of encounter mode completely. Although you do have this one prisoner. Do with her what you will. Just
I
give
mean,
up.
Russo sees her as an enemy. Nothing's changed that. She's a spellcaster. She's still a threat as far as he sees. He's still raging.
All
He
right,
will, however, glance sidelong at Eric and say, if I let her run, does that make it honorable?
A wounded enemy kneeling but at your feet that can't even defend herself, and you want to lecture me about honor.
While they're going back and forth, I'm going
Yes.
to inspect the tent. I don't Aura's a little paranoid, and she doesn't fully feel like everybody's being taken care of in a sense.
And Sheppy is kind of like, he doesn't care if they live or die. He's going to check the body of the big guy that we were fighting that he's right next to. While this is going on.
Okay, Ship, you thoroughly searching the body or just
Yeah.
poking it? Thoroughly?
Yeah, I'm looking through his pockets and everything.
All right, let me get his token back.
We call that the goblin surge around here.
Where he is? I don't think I have
Shaped
this
up.
set where the monster tokens turn into lootable tokens. I don't think I have that turned on. In other words, you can't click on him and open up his inventory. So, I will do it manually.
No, we have that.
You can do it?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
clicked
this
on
is
his
good.
body. He's got some bolts, an unusual object under equipment, chainmail, an unusual Roka sword, and a heavy crossbow. That's what we've got.
Yeah. So if you want any of that, drag it in there. On
I'll
his
take that
back,
unusual object.
Sheppy, you do notice something that looks very familiar. It's kind of strapped on his back. Yeah, that one right there. That looks like
Yep.
a lens.
Oh, right.
And a little meta talk here. He was actually invested in it. He was actually using it.
Oh my.
Cool.
So he's got some bolts. He's got a heavy crossbow to go with it. And he's got an unusual Roka sword. If you want any of those, you can drag them to your sheet.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take that sword.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
From inside the tent, Aura just shouts to the others, I found some, treasures in here. If anybody would like some, she'll take some of it. But she says, there's quite a bit. It might weigh you down, and she just refers to the moment after the dragon.
Yeah, speaking of which, Jess, since you picked up that sword, you're encumbered.
Okay.
Throw that down.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I'll be encumbered for a little
Well,
bit.
it'll slow the whole group's progress down.
Mm.
It will slow you down as a group.
Unless
So
somebody's
do I
gonna,
have anything?
Let somebody else carry
unless
it.
somebody's physically gonna read.
Sorry, Ted. Go ahead.
Eric, yeah, Eric can't. He's tapped.
You can
Yeah,
be
I'm
encumbered.
I'm at
That's
9.
what Kyle was have me encumbered.
Okay. You can be encumbered if you want, Jesse. It's not a big deal. Just so you know.
What did Rue say, or what did you say, Ted?
I said unless somebody's going to physically restrain Rue, he is going to strike the sword. He's
Anybody?
going to finish her. He still sees the enemy.
What is the enemy doing at this point? Is it like trying to reason with Rue or plead for their life?
She's not putting up a fight. She's trying to get away from him. She just wants to get away. She's not attempting to cast a spell as far as you could tell. No weapons. She got that hammer, but she's not using it. She looks like she's scared and fearful and giving up the fight.
Question for the group: who's carrying the lenses?
I am.
Funny
Yeah.
you ask.
Eric is, yeah, and yeah. If he sees her go to strike that mage, then Eric will once again step in.
Well, I'm not giving it to him.
He's
Not-
a knight.
not-
What did you expect? I mean,
All right, well, go ahead and role play that up then. Figure out what you're going to do with the prisoner. In the meantime, I'm going to make some die rolls and pass some time.
I guess I'll just take the gold somehow. I might be dropping some stuff.
yeah, like I'm at 10 bulk. If I pick up 3 light, I'm encumbered. Well, it's the heavy armor and the tower shield. That's what's got me hooked up here. But Eric would step back down, kind of batting the blow aside. We need her for information. They know these tunnels a lot better than we do. All we've been doing is fumbling around blind in these holes, bumping into creatures and enemies. She could tell us where they are.
And she's your responsibility. And he steps away.
Yeah, Eric will kneel down in front of the the creature, and then Sakroth. Tell me what you know of these tunnels.
All right. So, while you do this interrogation, what do the rest of you want to do? Somebody guards the door open.
Rue moves over toward Aura. Sorry.
Okay. How about you, Sheppy? What are you doing?
All right, if that thing makes a break for the door, I'm gonna blast them.
Okay, so you're at the doorway.
Yeah, I'm in the doorway.
In the doorway. All right, Aura, you're kind of looking at all the treasure that's in here and strange kebabs and khabibs. Is there anything else you would like to do in there, Aura? Or anything else you want to do while the interrogation is going on?
I just pack my bags
See ya. Got enough.
filled with a bunch of gold, silver, moonstones, this gemstone, whatever that is. There's still
Hey, that's valuable.
it sure is. But she shouts out, there's still an immense amount of silver pieces in here. I'm nearly at my limit. Perhaps one of you can hold these 300 pieces. And she steps out of the tent, and then she just kind of sees Eric with the creature. She's just like, well, and just waits, pauses.
All right, Eric, give me one diplomacy check. Just one. Okay.
Could be on the way.
All right. Now, go ahead and briefly describe what you're asking, what you're saying, what it looks like. Are you intimidating? Kind of like what Rue was doing, but any kind of detail as you go through this interrogation.
He's not taking an intimidating stance. He's kind of knelt down, kind of getting on her level. His voice is calm and not very imposing, though he does have the sword sitting right beside him, and he's asking her questions about the tunnels, where the tunnels go, especially the tunnel that they're in now. Has she been to any other tunnels? Has she seen a knight wandering around?
All right, I can tell you right now, your initial interrogation does nothing. She's not speaking anything to you about any of that stuff. So if you want to
Or
go
it
through an
just says,
interrogation,
just let her go.
yeah, it's either that or try and make an impression. Do something that would impress her, either for harmful reasons or for good reasons. Your diplomacy roll was only a 16. And you got to get a 25 to be able to change her attitude. Just so you know, talking meta here. So it's a difficult proposition. What you're describing isn't going to change it. You'd have to do something more impressive.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are very diplomatic.
So you could continue, and time will go by. Or you could tie her up, leave her somewhere where she can't harm you guys, and just move on.
Yeah, or it says, Sheppy, come inside, close the door. I don't think we're really in any shape to be wandering about, and I don't know how well we can trust this. And she just kind of like waves it off, like whatever this is. We definitely need to heal up.
Yeah. Eric will break out some rope and he'll begin to tie her to this contraption.
Yeah, that looks good. There is one other option. I kind of skirted past it, but Ted was trying to do this before, but one way you can change somebody's attitude towards you is working in reverse, not trying to impress, but trying to intimidate them. I don't know if your character would do that, Eric, but like being threatening. Say, if you don't tell me now, I'm going to cut your throat, or I'm going to kill your friend. Or that's the reverse of this thing, and that's another role. But it might be easier for you if you're not good at diplomacy. You could attempt the intimidation first. Kind of what he was trying to do before, but he was more after specific information from the get-go. He wasn't trying to change the person's attitude directly.
Yeah. Eric
Or maybe
wouldn't
he
do
was.
that.
I don't know.
He's knightly. Eric wouldn't resort to beating a captured enemy at this point.
Okay. A good 20 minutes goes by. You're frustrated. You tie her up against the wall or on this rack here, so give me a thievery check and take away some of your rope. Go ahead, Rue.
I was say if Eric would let how Rue would do it, Rue would go that route.
Slap her around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
no, Eric would.
Would you?
While this is going on, can I identify the 2 items that I have?
You could do that. Give me some rolls here. First, let's go back to Rue real quick. Rue, what would you want to do? Describe what you're going to do as she's tied against this thing.
Rue doesn't do anything. Eric won't let him. So Rue stays on the other
Alright.
side of the room.
Okay. Sheppy. Let's see what you got. Boy, you got... Look at your spells. Holy smokes.
Yeah. Did we want to rest here? Like a long rest? This way Sheppy can get some spells back. We can heal up the natural way. And before we sleep, Aura offers I'm a quick healer. Like I can wrap up wounds very quickly. We'll spend a couple hours doing that, and then maybe we'll sleep for a little while. Does this sound like a plan?
Well, before you decide on that plan,
Mm-hmm.
you basically woke up about 2 hours ago.
Okay, well then-
3:27, so you need at least 12 hours before you could sleep again.
Eric would kind of chime up. How about we fall back to one of the other rooms and you can patch us up as best we can?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm still good on spells.
Okay.
You need about 10 hours before you could sleep again.
Then do you mind we wait 10 minutes here? This way I can heal all of us at least once. 30 minutes here. I can heal all of us up at least once.
Sounds like a plan to me, and then we can fall back and get more healing.
Yep, sounds good, because I've got the continual healing, so it just takes 10 minutes instead of an hour. Alright.
Rachel breaking out the fancy equipment
she
here
is.
tonight,
Wow.
ladies and gentlemen.
I'm in awe.
Here, let's get out my expanded healer's tools. Ooh, fancy!
Dizzy. Or not Dizzy. Sheppy. Sorry, it rhymes. Give me a... give me any of the 4 traditions as you try and identify this sword. Go ahead and make your rolls, Rachel.
Roll for Sheppy.
All right, Sheppy. I'm going to reveal this to you.
And as a heads up, I'm going to go for the DC 20 on all the heals.
Okay.
Ooh, we're living on the edge now.
So you got
Open up Sheppy's equipment.
to 31.
Alright, so that's a critical on the DC 20. Yeah!
So 40, 48. I don't know what you're rolling. 48 doubled. Isn't it?
Plus 10.
Oh, that's a critical.
So 48 plus 10 and double.
Isn't that... Wow. Isn't that the
Because I'm
critical...
doing the DC 20 on all.
Isn't the 48 the critical result?
It is. I did get critical. I got a 31 with the DC 20.
So it wouldn't be doubled. It's already
How
doubled.
about that unusual
I don't know.
Alright, so then it would be 48 plus 10.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Alright.
We're all losing
We're
it
still
here.
thinking damage.
Yeah.
I still have that lens to identify.
Yeah, go ahead and roll any of the 4 traditions, Jesse.
Alright.
Occultism would be the easiest for you.
Okay.
Yep,
So
on the
while
way.
Rue is being completely distracted by the person, Aura's tending to their wounds. So heal back up 31.
Nice.
Alright, so this one's just a regular. This one was for Eric. So 2d8 plus 10. That's 19 for Eric. Alright, so that's another critical.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. And that's 33 for me. Alright. And Sheppy's unharmed, so.
Yeah, Sheppy's good. Did you get that roll, Fritz?
I
Make
got
sure
him.
everything went through.
I got him. I see auras. I see... All I see is auras rolls.
You don't see the occultism I made for Sheppy?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I got that. I'm revealing things now to him. All right, so Sheppy, as you look at this lens, it's obviously the lens you're looking for. It's emerald. I've updated its description slightly for you. But you can't discern its properties, what it's capable of, like you can some of the others. This is a little bit beyond you. At least for now. You could try again later.
Or someone else could take a look.
Yeah, there's that too. But you know it's one of the lenses.
Yep. I'm curious how that creature was using it.
Well, you invest it. That means you... Like if it's a hat, you put it on your head. If it's a sword, you
Oh.
wield it. If it's an emerald, I don't know what you do. You focus on it. I'd have to read it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do that, I think. But you don't know what it's going to do. Might be cursed.
You're rolling the dice, literally.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Well, why not, Jazz?
You need at least one day before you can check again. Okay. Does something. Presumably. All right, you've tied up the prisoner. Rue backs off, says, the heck with it. The elf's been bandaging everybody up while all this is going on. Wounds are being tended to. Sheppy's back there looking at this lens and this sword. And,
Oh, this is fun. I like this.
but he can't figure out the lens's properties. What all can it do? You've taken some time. In a nutshell, Rachel, how much time went by with all that healing? I wasn't really keeping track.
I did 3 10 minutes, so that's 30 minutes in total.
All right. Okay. Pink. All right. So what would you like to do? You're in this room, the prisoner isn't talking. She's kind of lapsing into unconsciousness at this point.
Yeah, Eric's going to kind of look to Aura. We should fall back and get more healing before we continue. Even with these wounds, we're still wounded.
Yes. Let's like press on and find another quieter area.
We could always fall back into the big chamber with the tents. That's pretty clear now.
Yes.
How long are you going to be on tonight, Rachel?
Probably till like 10:15.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll be leaving soon, so if I don't see you...
Oh. All right, it was nice playing with you, Jesse. Have a good night.
Yeah.
When you leave soon.
Get that out of the way.
I know, like, she's done damn awesome.
We all did.
Everybody has. Yeah.
Yeah, like, everybody, like, the rolls were on point tonight.
I feel like I did better healing just now than I ever did with my healing spells.
Nah, that ain't true.
We just needed some of that good old antiseptic and natural healing.
A whole lot of booze is what we need.
Yeah.
We need to not feel the pain. That's why we got.
Yeah, but I think we're not too bad. I know, like as we were leaving, you can see like Aura doing like some stretches, so she's like, I feel practically brand new. I don't know what I did, but I feel great.
Perhaps it's the cavern air getting to you finally.
Now only if we could bottle that up.
I doubt I'd ever want to smell it ever again in my life.
Okay, you're back in the bigger cavern now, where all the bodies lie. I don't know why you'd want to stay here, but you can if you want. You could vacate and head back to where all your gold and treasure is hidden, that little building structure.
That's what I'm thinking, because at least it's secure.
If you
And
want to
it's
rest,
pretty
but you got like 9 or 10 hours before you can sleep again. So it's kind of like, all right, where do we go to next? Let's get him.
I feel like it would be a pretty good idea, since Aura doesn't really know entirely what she has, because I haven't had a moment to like inspect the bag and how it works. So she doesn't really know she has this like infinite bag, or nearly infinite. So I'm pretty weighted. I would like to get rid of like a lot of these weapons that I'm holding that I'm just not using.
Yeah, so let's go back to our little safe house, unquote, drop a bunch of stuff off, then come right back.
Hey,
Give
just so
everybody a
you
chance.
guys know, you guys can give me whatever you want. I could take it back to Otari and be back. Because I have that spell that lets me teleport.
You're terrible.
Aura doesn't trust you with her bank numbers.
Oh my!
Oh boy. If that's the way...
I don't trust him with my safety deposit box. I've seen the way he looks at this emerald, or at the treasure.
Arthurian's clan dagger. I mean, hot damn! Like he's lustful over that thing.
One for me.
That's so
two,
true.
no, 2 for me, 1 for you, 2 for me.
I don't know how well goblins are, how good they are at their math.
They're goblins. I mean,
But I guess we could always go to that area, and then we could create the fire for Sheppy to bounce back and forth. We could do it that way, just so that we know we're safe, and we can kind of pick through our inventories. Because, yeah, I would like to get rid of some of this stuff. And to actually inspect the spacious pouch, so we can once again utilize it. Also because it has important story items inside.
So let's head back over there where we can dump stuff off.
Alright, so let's create a fire in the grill. Sheppy, you can do the honors.
Yeah, Chef, I don't think any of us have the produce flame cantrip.
Unless we want to sit here for like 10 minutes while I use my flint and steel. Come on, fire! Come on!
Who has
It's too
ignition?
damp in here.
If we need to start a fire, we can start it for you. He's got ignition.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he'll start the fire for Sheppy to bail out the Altari, muttering about wishing we had an actual healer, because he could still use some help.
So, do you
Guys,
want to?
I'm gonna head out here.
All right.
Okay.
Jesse.
I'll be back.
All right.
Rachel, I'll see you.
Yeah, I'll see ya.
Thanks, Jesse.
Yep.
So, I'm going to make another chest for you and put it in this room.
Okay.
And is the idea here you want to use Sheppy to transport stuff back to your little stash in Otari and then come back?
Yeah, that would be good to get just the gold pieces, or not gold pieces because we might end up go shopping, but like the items.
All right, so
Oof.
what I'll do is I'll create another chest called Otari Stash 2 because you got one in Otari anyway. Atari Stash 2, and I'll put it in this room, and anything you want to go back to Otari, we'll do it in one deal here, just transfer it to the Otari chest so I know what's here, and I guess all of it could go back, right? Just whatever you want to transfer, take it out of your inventory, put it in the chest, and I'll put it in Otari. Assuming all goes well. So I guess we don't need this other chest.
Like it's got some stuff in it.
Got a torch.
Yeah, we don't need none of that crap.
Alright, I moved the torches.
Let me get rid of it. Anything you put in the first chest, that first one, that's what'll go to Atari.
Alright, both of the chests are the same, but there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was supposed to say Atari chest. It didn't. Alright, so clean up your inventories. Sheppy will make several trips. That's funny. How useful is that?
You want to know the irony? For me to put stuff in the chest, I would have to take off the armor. Because that's where my bulk comes from, is the armor and the tower shield.
Alright, I'm gonna put those really cool whips in there. I would love to use it, but it's not... Like, I can technically, but... in the long scheme of things, I just got too much stuff.
You too, Ted, if you got anything. Sheppy here. What does he got?
That whale I'm curious about, but you get it identified. Usual whale. Thought it was one of those whips.
Sheppy's encumbered.
Yeah, that Ralka sword.
Yeah, let's put that in the chest. You don't need that. Wayfinder? I know he doesn't need that. Let me put that in the chest. Fishing tackle?
Yeah, apparently he wants to go fishing in the Gauntlet.
Yeah.
I'm putting some of the treasure in the chest too, although it doesn't have any bulk, just to keep it there for us.
Let me make him a chest. Just for him. So I could put his coins in it. He might want them. Oh, don't mix it up with them. They'll take all my money. Let me put that in his. Stash.
Yeah, and since Eric can't really empty his bags while everybody's doing their thing, he's just kind of watching the door.
Okay. Let me see if it changes the name.
Oh, you know what? I don't know why, but some of my items were under consumables and equipment, so they didn't count as being in my backpack, and it made things heavier for me.
So they were in your backpack.
Yeah, because if they're... Oh, I didn't mean to put that in there.
He's at 6 bulk. 7 is encumbered. 6 bulk and 6 light. So he's still pretty damn heavy. He's got a lot of stuff, but I'm not going to mess with it. He's got a lot of magical stuff you might want. Scrolls. I'll leave that to him. But he's not encumbered. And let's see. Can I get rid of it from the map? Sheppy stash. Let me get rid of it. There.
You know what? So I don't know if there's something wrong with Foundry or we're accidentally doing it wrong, but when you made Sheppy's stash, you accidentally changed the Otari stash. So now it says Sheppy's stash. And
Yeah.
the stuff I put in there is now in Sheppy's stash. So the gold pieces and the silver pieces combined.
I see it.
Yeah.
Well, what's in this chest? The one just says chest. What is in here? Anything? It's not opening. That is the same chest. What the hell is happening here? Well, that's okay. The stuff that I put in there is mostly his coins. And the Wayfinder, Spyglass.
Yeah, well that was also the team's coins too.
Was it that
Oh,
he
well.
was carrying?
No, I was carrying it and I
Oh.
put it in the chest to take it back. I split it up.
Well,
Because the weight of the coins was too much.
he would
Because
understand.
after you get...
He would understand because by tradition, normally what you do, at least old school days, is you take all the treasure, you put it in one party stash, and you divide it up at the end. So
Alright.
maybe we should do that. It's okay, right?
Yeah.
Once Belcor is dead, I don't think it matters.
Well, I think when it's before she dies, where we're like, all right, let's spend our money on things we need, like
Yeah, that's true.
potions that are actually potent. I am gonna put one of the shields in. I just don't know which to choose from because I don't need 2 shields.
Well, what shield options do you have?
It was the spell guard shield and then the deflecting, the sword stealer shield. I'm thinking of keeping the spell guard.
Yeah,
They're
keep
both-
the spell guard.
Yeah, they both weigh the same and they both give you the same bonus. Yeah, so I'll put this one in here. Now I'm free up on bulk.
I don't know what to call this.
There we go. Look at that. I got rid of half my bulk by depositing coins and just random stuff and weapons. I'm putting stuff into my backpack. Alright, so I'm good. Alright, Aura's gonna like finish putting stuff into like the pile for Sheppy. And she's like, alright. Show me those wounds and we'll get you fixed up. So we'll spend like another, I think, 20 minutes and I'll heal but them both once again. Alright, gonna go for the DC 20. I did Rue last time first, so we'll do Eric first this time. Why did that?
Now watch, she's rolled good all night. This will be the roll she failed.
20.
I'm gonna hero point that. I want the higher roll. There we go. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, that's critical.
Yeah. Lousy roll, but you got 19 back. And DC 20 for Rue. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fantastic roll. And that's for Rue. You gain back 37.
Thank you.
Alright, so that's the 20 minutes. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Then Aura packs her healing tools back into her bag. Alright, I think we're settled. Or as settled as we can be.
And what is that, 20 minutes?
20 minutes, yeah.
Okay. So, blah, blah, blah. What was this? An hour plus that you've been traveling, healing, sorting out stuff. A little more than that. Let's assume Sheppy does his thing here. You build up a fire. He starts transporting. That's going to take about another hour because he's got to hide this stuff and he's got his own little things to attend to there to do so. So I got to knock off another hour for that purpose. So you guys are waiting here another hour. So if you want to do a little more healing, you can do that.
I would love to. This way, yeah. Might as well utilize the time for Rue. I don't know how much you have left, but I don't know if it's even worth me rolling. There's another 32.
Should do it. And that'll do it in my current condition.
Alright, this one's just a regular.
Yeah, you're drained too, aren't you, Ro? You need to
Yep.
sleep.
I need to sleep.
Aura's drained 1, I think.
Yeah. Kyle, that 3 is actually supposed to be a 13.
13.
Sorry about that. Yeah, 13. I forgot to add the plus 10. I could have just typed it in, thinking about it in hindsight. Oh well.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. So while this is happening, you can all catch on to this, but those rumbles under the ground, you do feel them, those tremors, once again. You felt them when you were first down in the southern part of the caves fighting against that Erdefan leader. You briefly felt it there as well. And it sounds very distant. This rumblings. But you could tell it's there. It kind of reminds you of Belcora before she makes her big presence. But the difference here, it wasn't, right in your vicinity. Just in the distance. The time goes by. Sheppy returns, all winded. He's got an old fish bone in his mouth.
And to stop for some fish,
And everything seems all caught up. And you prepare your next move. So, briefly, since Rachel will be leaving us here, we're not going to continue after that, but just briefly give me an idea of what you would like to do next so we can facilitate moving forward here.
Well, do we want to go back to where we left that person tied up and continue to explore down that way?
There was no more exits down there.
Okay. And
Okay.
we need to go on the hunt for this night then.
Looking at your map that
Oh.
you made, there's no more exits. To the north, there was that little narrow tunnel, but that was it. It seemed to lead to maybe the Darklands. That's it.
Question. In that hour, other than the 20 minutes that I spent to heal the other two, can I look into my spacious pouch?
Yeah.
Alright, because there's a bunch of stuff that we left, like, unidentified.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want me to roll or if we just say I pull things out and I look at them. But the idea is that we come across the crimson lens as that is needed for the story.
You did identify the Crimson Fulcrum lens. That was identified.
Oh, okay.
There's another one, an ochre one, that you have not identified, as well as the one you just found. You could look into that. Sheppy would let you, but he can't look again until a day goes by. So if you want to check out the ochre lens, you could do that.
Okay. Which one was that? Like occultism or?
Any of the four traditions, occultism
Any four?
Preferably.
Alright, that is what I'm particularly trained in this day, so I'll choose that one.
No clue.
Alright. But yeah, Aura will bring up the fact that she's got the lens, so everybody remember that we know the lens is in the spacious pouch.
Let me rename it.
Yeah, Eric will also, and Eric doesn't have it, so I guess we just kind of gave them all to you then, Aura.
Yeah, Aura's gonna be like, let's divide these. If Sheppy has the emerald one, we've identified a crimson lens, and there's an ochre lens. We don't really know what it does. Who wants to hold on to which one?
I can hold on to the crimson.
Do you want it? I'll give it to your sheet if you want it.
Yeah, Eric will take it.
Yeah, go ahead and give it to him.
All right.
This way, in case somebody, in the uneventful, not uneventful. I don't know. It's 10:12. My brain
You know
is
what
shutting
you mean.
down.
You know what you mean. That way, if
The
somebody goes
untimely
down, they know all go
demise
down.
of another party member of ours. Should someone go down, Not all of the lenses are lost. Let us divide amongst ourselves.
You do have quite a few things that are unusual. You got.
She'll ask.
Go ahead.
Oh, she was going to ask Rue if they'd like to hold on to the ochre lens.
I think it'd be wise if you held on to it, considering how much I find myself in the front lines.
Okay, I'll respect that decision. And she says, hopefully you don't mean anything by that. We won't let you down. Like, go down.
No,
I'll do all I can to protect you.
nothing planned.
You're just hearing Aura, and you're like, man, you look like you could use some sleep. Your words don't make sense right now. But she will hold on to the ochre lens then, so it will remain in the bag.
Okay. You want to look at anything else?
I kind of have already forgotten what was in there.
Oh, it's a lot.
I'll take... There was quite a bit. I will take a look at... There's 2 that say unusual liquid. Can I look at both of those?
Okay. This one down near the bottom.
Yeah, one in the bottom and one in the top.
Give me a...
Ish.
This one will be crafting as you begin to test.
Wow, I actually have crafting. Hold on, let me make it blind here.
Shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah.
Give me another one. For the other liquid. Alright, this one. You identified the other one. You can't tell what it is. So that first one, where is it? I just revealed it.
Maybe like there's one that's like about a quarter way down, and then the other one is...
Was it the infused wyvern poison? Or wyvern poison? I say wyvern. I think that was one of them.
I think the one you revealed was the elixir.
Elixir.
The healing elixir of life. Elixir of life.
Okay.
I think that one was... unidentified.
Sounds right to me. They're both down toward the bottom. I don't know which one was unusual. But anyway, you got that one, not the others. Any others? Rope. Let's do the rope. See what kind of rope this is. Give me another crafting roll for that unusual rope.
Is the rope just like the any length rope? I can't remember. It's
It's
a different
100
rope.
feet. 100 feet of rope that's like black hair. You got this from those demons.
Oh, then it's definitely not the rope that I already own. Okay. Crafting again, or you want something else?
Give me crafting, except it's not giving me the DC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find its level.
Oh, I didn't mean to make that public.
That's
But
okay.
I guess that is that.
That's okay. Let me see what level it is. It doesn't have a level? Ooh, I got dizzy there. Guess it's not magical or anything. That's weird. Let me reveal it. Automatically. 100 feet of Ernie's hair. Or Erinny's hair.
Nope, it's Ernie's hair now.
Ernie's hair. Sounds good
It's
to me.
Ernie's hair, y'all. I'm gonna save us all with Ernie's hair.
Give me one of the 4 traditions of magic. Doesn't matter. Is your...
I sent occultism over.
Okay. Boy, your rolls tonight. Okay, next. That one's... I don't know what this is. It's spicy. Put that on my hoagie. Yeah, that didn't work. Let's see. I'll let you do another one. These are
Just
weapons.
Aura going through her crazy bag of stuff. What's What you gonna find this time?
Here's one. This is an unusual object for sure. Give me one of the 4 traditions. It shouldn't be too difficult.
Right, there's that occultism.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you got it. Okay. We're going to identify this as the Hand of the Mage.
Okay, okay.
It's down towards the bottom.
I forgot that was in there.
Yeah, you pretty much already know what this stuff is. You're just different characters. Well, I got that. And I'll give you one more. We got a strange wand-shaped thing here. Let's do that. One of the 4 traditions. This shouldn't be too hard.
I'd love to use Arcana, but occultism it is.
Oh, you just made it again. What is your modifier? Oh, your rolls are terrible tonight. You identified it, however. You found yourself a wand of a illusionary creature.
Oh,
Level 2. That's fun. Any more? No, just the lens. Ernie's rope.
Yeah, there's the lens, the liquid that I didn't get, and then a bunch of weapons like the longsword, the glaive, and the rapier.
There's this one here I wish you would identify, but it's so hard you can't do it. This unusual liquid. But that'll have to wait. That's the one you failed on. Alright, I think that's it. You're good for the day.
That's good for now, yeah. Alright, I think I'm getting the hang of this bag. Hand goes in, item comes out.
Alright, so with that all going on and Sheppy's gathered once again with you, I imagine. Maybe he's not if he doesn't show next week. Kyle, you guys, what would you like to do? Just give me briefly your plan.
we go hunt for the night.
Hunt for the night. Now that's an easy task. You have a boat that's outside of here, along the beach, maybe 50 feet away. You could jump on that and move back up to that little platform and enter that chamber once again. That's where you suspect he is, right? With the golem.
Right.
So you want to do that?
It's gonna be a tough fight, but we've got to get the key to unlock it. So
You were here for that episode, right? Rachel, you know what he's talking about. This temple you found, and you need this key.
I don't think I was. I also have a very terrible memory, but
I don't think
I'm
you were
pretty
there.
sure I wasn't there for that one.
Fill her in, Kyle.
basically, we found on the outside, kind of wandering around, we found a stone door that's magical stone, and it's got a lock on it, for lack of a better word, but it's actually made into the door, and we need to find a key from a wandering knight. And the knight I'm aware of is back whenever we fought the golem. It's the only thing I can think of. We haven't bumped into it running around. That's the only place we haven't been to and actually explored.
Alright, sounds like that's next on the agenda.
All right, so let me briefly narrate that, and we'll put you there. So in the next episode, we could start right at the doorway. So you all gather yourselves together, you jump on the boat, and start paddling away. And as you're doing so, you can hear, as you make the splashes in the water with the paddles as stealthily as you can, you hear in the distance, in the water, you can hear those things with those big long arms, those strange big fish, and you can kind of see them coming towards the boat. But fortunately, you know where you're going. You're heading to that little platform, that little spot where you can anchor your boat. And I'm going to bring you to the map. I accidentally locked the door. Let's change that.
I actually do recall this, and I remember how quickly we tried to escape afterwards. But I think that was
Yes.
one of the nights I ended up leaving a tidbit early, so I didn't really see what we did afterwards.
Pushing the door open, you enter cautiously. There is no light, but you see with the light of Eric, you see the footprints in the floor. They lead to the southwest, right up to a doorway. You also see what looks like a scuffle. Something happened here. And some of you recall that, yes, indeed, there was a battle here. And in the south of the room, there you see this very large statue. The lake's water laps lazily on a wide stone ledge surrounding a structure built into the cavern wall. The ledge is thick with lichen and barely wide enough to stand on. A single iron vault-like door, which you've opened and passed through, with a metal handle and a keyhole, leads into this structure. And this structure you have entered. And where is the room's description? Here it is. The dust in this thick room, save for footprints, which I described, that lead to and from the southernmost of 3 iron doors. You can see those doors in the chamber, which look similar to the vault's entrance. Again, in the south, remind me, Kyle, your character was never here.
No, Eric was never here. The only characters that were here were
Sheppy.
Sheppy, Caedwin, Eric, Cypher, Agatha.
So this is like new terrain.
Completely different team.
Yeah, completely different freaking team.
According to your mapping and Sheppy and talking with the others, this is where your search has led you. Okay, so you all know what to suspect, although once you enter this chamber, it's like, whoa, I didn't expect this to be like this. This is pretty nasty. In the southern portion of the room, on a pedestal, you see what looks like a very large clay image of a woman. A very angry woman. She's still.
Yeah.
She's motionless. And if you don't do anything, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm good to leave it like that.
Okay, so there you stand. Let's put you in some kind of marching order here, so we don't have to go through this tomorrow or the next time. Yeah, tomorrow. Does this look good?
Looks fine to me.
Okay. Doors open. Let me save this configuration. And we're all set. So we'll end this session there. Let's do some quick outros and tell me what you think. I think it was a good session. I had a good time. It's a little muddled there at times. Everyone talking at once. And we're all confused. It's like we all forgot how to play Pathfinder. What are we doing here? I don't know. That was brief, but it was interesting. Rachel, what'd you think tonight? Did you have a good time?
I did, despite the 100-degree weather.
Yeah, there was that.
I'm sweating up here, but yeah, we made it. I think everybody did like a
live from her
fantastic
attic. She's in her attic.
Might as well be.
sweating.
The fan's in, but boy, it's not making anything better. Yeah, but I think everybody did a fantastic job. It was fun playing with Jesse again. I don't always get to do that. Sometimes our schedules kind of don't mix.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ted and Kyle, you guys were great. Thanks for letting me hang back in the fight. I'm like, ooh, I kind of should be up front, but I'll just heal them later. Ooh, this guy's doing a lot of damage. Oof.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
that's kind of how Aura is made. So, I mean, she's made me back there slinging them chakrams. So,
It was also a little bit of me, Rachel, just kind of like, oh, I don't know if I want to die again.
Yeah, I could tell.
I'll 5-foot step back. But you know, if anyone went down, I would have been there. I've got a couple healing potions that ready at the hand. One hand has my chakram, the other hand will have a potion just permanently at the ready. I only need the one hand to throw it, as long as I can catch it. But yeah, I had a good game. I'm excited to see what lies beyond these doors.
Don't let Fritz play my character. Oh my god. I loved it. I loved playing your character. She's got that acrobatics going on and the scimitar. I just have visions of her, this whirling banshee in battle, jumping around. But that's kind of like me being a rogue, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's lots of stuff you can do with your character. Very good, Rachel. Very good. And Kyle, what'd you think? Good time?
I had a damn good time. I mean, we got a lot done tonight. We got the wins, cleared out the Urafon nest, so got introduced them to the House of Pain, and yeah, I mean,
70 damage.
Eric's doing pretty damn well because stacking that much armor class, turns a critical into a hit. So. I would rather take a bunch of hits than a bunch of criticals.
Awesome. How about you, Ted?
Overall, it was a good session. There's lots of good stuff going on there. All right, hanging back. That's kind of how the group dynamic has unfolded. We've discussed it several times before. You got Eric in the front as defense. You got Rue as that crazy offense with or hanging in the back, doing the range stuff, kind of supporting both. So it's really worked out well. Missed the heals, but it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Had the extra firepower with Sheppy there. That's always nice to have, the little extra firepower. But it was overall a good session. You introduced a little bit of a inter-party conflict almost there. Honestly, it came down to a behind-the-scenes die roll. On what did there, but it worked out in the end.
Yep, I agree. I think you guys are doing great, even without the healing potential of a cleric in the background. You guys are doing great. You're covering your bases, but this combat coming up, this is going to be the true test of your skills, your creativity, your imaginative creativity, trying to defeat this golem and possibly find the knight and defeat him as well. This is going to be the test. These guys aren't walkovers, and you know it. You fought them before. So this will be an interesting combat. I think you can do it. Creatively. But
yeah.
That's where we'll end it tonight, folks. So it's going to be an exciting next episode. I'm excited for this one. I want to see what unfolds here. Great game session with Rachel. I love her being in the game. She adds quite a bit to the gameplay. I love it. Kyle, as usual, top-notch gameplay. He really gets into the workings and mechanics of his character, as well as the roleplay. Good stuff. And Ted, the creative one in the group, jumping around off walls, climbing on the backs of dragons with his scimitar. I love that kind of gameplay. Again, don't let Kyle play Rachel's character. But, yeah, that's my style right there. And Sheppy was cool tonight. He was good, doing the fireballs as usual. Hope to see more of that again. So, folks, thanks for watching. We'll see you again in the next one. Hang in there. It's only going to get better. We'll talk to you soon. Toodaloo.